I don't have my notes. Okay. Amen. Thank you. Is Go ahead. All right. Very good. Y'all ready? Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 3rd, 2019. It's approximately 2 minutes after 6. We do have a quorum. Councilor Bradshaw is out of the country due to his work and is excused and has actually sent me some comments on some of the agenda items that I'll be reading for him this evening. And I've asked our newly appointed councilman, Matt Hody, to please lead us in the pledge. So if everyone will please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hody. You know, I was thinking about this evening that we've had another tragedy in Odessa and Midland, and it was about 3 weeks ago that we had a moment of silence for the people who died in El Paso. So let's just take another minute out to keep these people in our prayers. So a moment of silence for the people in Odessa and Midland. Thank you. Make every day the best we can make it, is what I say, and cherish it. Okay. Hi, Miss Frederick. How are you? Welcome. No, that's fine. I know the traffic is probably pretty hard, wasn't it? We are going to address the rules of conduct this evening, and there may be some changes, but right now we do have 5 minutes for citizens to be heard and 3 minutes for any other agenda item. If you'd like to speak after the staff presents and the council has a chance to discuss, then we'd love to hear from you. Oops. Oh, just testing. Okay. And again, I just want to, just emphasize civility and treating each other like we'd like to be treated, and be respectful and not interrupt, and, be recognized first before you speak. So these are just some of the general rules of thumb that we go by. So thank you all for your considerations this evening. Greatly appreciate it. So we will move then to number 2, presentations. The administration of the oath of office to Justin Garcia, Deputy Fire Marshal, Jaron Thomas, Leon Valley Fire Department Lieutenant, and Jim Ortiz, Leon Valley Fire Department Lieutenant. And if I could please have, I guess, one at a time. Would that be good, Chief? Thank you. I want to introduce Justin Garcia. He's new to our fire department. He is our new Deputy Fire Marshal, and I'd like to swear him in. And we have our Chief here. Good evening, Chief, and welcome. If you'll just repeat after me, I state your name.
Justin Garcia.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
to do my duty as Deputy Fire Marshal of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, to the best of my ability. To serve the City of Leon Valley Fire Department with honor, integrity, and courage. I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties for the appointment of the department according to the laws of the state of Texas and the City of Leon Valley, to the best of my skills and ability. So help me God. Signed by my hand on this third day of September 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's welcome our Deputy Fire Marshal, Justin Garcia. Welcome. We're so glad. Will you say a few words? Where did you come from, and your family's here?
So my family is here.
Oh, good.
My grandmother of 94 years old is here.
Hi, how are you? Welcome. So glad you're here.
My wife, my 2 daughters, my mother, and my father are also here.
That's beautiful. Thank you. And here's your certificate.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you. Chief, did you have anything to say?
We're just thankful to have Justin here now. He's a great worker, hit the ground running. We're happy to have him.
Okay. Yes, we'd love his family. If you'd please come forward. Thank you. Hi, Mayor Riley. So glad to meet you. Mayor Riley, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. I know you're very proud of your dad and your husband and your son.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to
Hi.
meet
How are you? Yes, nice to meet you. Okay. So let's. Chief, come on. Didn't like that. Excuse me. All right, who's next? Jim Ortiz? Jim Ortiz? There he is. Come on down. Hi there. Welcome. So glad you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Jim Ortiz, who's our Leon Valley Fire Department Lieutenant. And I will swear you in if you'll just repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I state your name.
Jim Ortiz,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to do my duty as LVFD Lieutenant
to do my duty as LVFD Lieutenant
of the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
of the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
to serve the City of Leon Valley Fire Department
to serve the City of Leon Valley Fire Department
with honor,
with honor,
integrity, and courage.
integrity, and courage.
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge my duties for the appointment of the department
discharge my duties for the appointment of the department
according to the laws of the state of Texas
according to the laws of the state of Texas
and the City of Leon Valley,
and of the City of Leon Valley,
to the best of my skills and abilities.
to the best of my skills and abilities.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Signed by my hand on this third day of September 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's congratulate Lieutenant Jim Ortiz. Thank you. Do you have your family here? Yes, we'd love to
My
meet
mom
them.
and my nephew.
Yes, please come. Your mom and your nephew. Thank you. Here's your certificate. Yes. Welcome. We're so glad you're here. Hi, thank you. Welcome. Oops. About yourself?
Oh, one more.
Oh, one more. Oh, okay. So you've been in the he's been in the Leon Valley Fire Department for 3 years, so this is a promotion.
Yes.
Very good. Well, excellent. Thank you. So glad you're here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Keeps us safe. All right. Last but not least, Jaron Thomas. Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Welcome. So glad you're here. And again, a promotion for you
Yes, ma'am.
as this is Jaron
Jaron.
Jaron Thomas. You've got 2 A's in there, so that throws me off, you
Yeah,
know?
I know. That throws everybody off.
Okay, and he's our new Leon Valley Fire Department lieutenant, and I'd love to swear you in at this time. If you'll repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I
Jaron Thomas,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to do my duty as
to do my duty as
LVFD lieutenant
LVFD Lieutenant
of the city of Leon Valley, Texas,
of the city of Leon Valley, Texas,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
to serve the city of Leon Valley Fire Department
to serve the city of Leon Valley Fire Department
with honor,
with honor,
integrity, and courage.
integrity, and courage.
I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
for the appointment of the department
for the appointment of the department
according to the laws of the state of Texas
according to the laws of the state of Texas
and the city of Leon Valley,
and the city of Leon Valley,
to the best of my skills and abilities.
to the best of my skills and abilities.
So help me God.
Help me God.
Signed by my hand on the 3rd day of September 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's congratulate Lieutenant Thomas. There you go. And is your family here?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
And would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself? I'm always
Not
putting them
much.
on the spot.
You
know?
are. I wasn't really
Okay,
prepared for a
I was
speech.
born in Timbuktu. No, I was just teasing.
That's close, but
Okay,
no.
no. Okay, and how long have you been with the department?
15 years.
15 years. Excellent. Well, we are so glad you're here, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we've got, here's your certificate. There we go. Thank you. Congratulations. Are you okay? Uh-oh, you got everybody else here.
I think they're taking pictures.
Oh, that's neat. He says, we're your family. I love it. That's great. Here, I'll let y'all take that picture. That's great. There you go. Oh, you're welcome. Our pleasure. All right. Thanks to the Leon Valley Fire Department once again. Y'all do an awesome job. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, we move to presentation number 2.2, presentation of the Board of Adjustment Annual Report. We have Stephen Mauser, the chairman of the Board of Adjustment, here to present this evening. Good evening and welcome. We're glad you're here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
It's basically just here to do the annual report of the Board of Adjustment, which we've met quite often this last year. We're one of the 2 citizen staff bodies involved in municipal zoning. The other one is the Zoning Commission, and the Board of Adjustment is the quasi-judicial board. Also called the Zoning Board of Adjustment. We meet as needed. Last year, we were meeting once every 1 to 2 months, which is unusual. We have a 9-member board with 4 alternates, and the city's Planning and Zoning Commission is our liaison. Members serve 2-year terms that are alternating. We're authorized by state law to provide the Board of Adjustment. Our duties are generally to look at inequitable hardships and hear and decide on variances, special exceptions, and appeals to administrative decisions. That's a summary of the variances we've had the last year. There's a lot of them that involve signs, building setback requirements, and building materials. Those are variances, and we've had one appeal on tripartite architecture. So the Zoning Commission and City Council revised essentially our criteria for evaluating appeals and variances last year, and basically what would be considered a hardship. So in the last year we had 12 essentially requests. This year, since February, we've had 0. So it was a little difficult for us to interpret what was there and to grant a variance because there wasn't enough detail to determine, what hardship was or that criteria. So that's what that helped us. And we've settled the Stepstone credit litigation in June. That's essentially what we've done since September.
Very good. Thank you. You have 9 members. Do you have a full board, or do you have openings on this board?
I believe there's one opening.
One opening. Okay. And training is provided if you'd like to apply for the Board of Adjustment. Okay, very good. Any other questions for Mr. Mauser this evening? Thank you for your service, and thanks. Are there any Board of Adjustment members here this evening? If you'll please stand and be recognized. Lynn Joseph and Philip Riddle, thank you for your service as well. We appreciate it. Thank you. Take care. All right. Then moving to the City Manager's report, Ms. Kinsler, welcome back.
Thank you. Stuff here. So I had Angela, good afternoon, evening. I had Angela send out an email asking about a date for the council manager retreat. I had suggested just to start the conversation the 28th of September, and Angela did receive responses from all of you, so thank you very much. And everybody can attend with the exception of Mayor Riley and Councilor Bradshaw. So I'm wondering if there is a date that you can mutually agree upon so we can try to put this together. Now, Mayor Riley suggested October 19th after the coffee, as we've done this in the past. So I need to know your thoughts as a body. I'm actually supposed to leave to the International City County Managers Association right after the coffee. So I wouldn't be an advocate for that day, but if it's the best day for you all, I can just rearrange and miss that part of the classes that evening and day. I can just go to ICMA late, so whatever's easier for you.
Okay.
I think we need one much sooner. We just need one. We haven't had one in a long time. We have 3.5 new counselors, and none of them have ever attended one, and there's just a lot of things they need to know, and I just think we need to try to have it this month, and I'm not sure why neither the mayor and Mr. Bradshaw can attend, but maybe earlier in the day, or maybe that Sunday, or some alternate time very near then.
I'm looking at the calendar right now.
That weekend. So I couldn't make either one of those dates.
Are we still looking at a Saturday, hopefully?
You could do it a Friday. We've done it Fridays
Done it on
before.
Fridays before. I'm not sure what Mr. Bradshaw's schedule
That's
is
true.
because he does work.
Right. And so
I
does
do too, but
Mr.
I
so
have
does Councilor
flexibility.
Hody. So you work till like 4 on Fridays?
Monday through Friday.
Okay, so we could do one, and I think Councilor Bradshaw told me he could be here by 4:30. So I don't know if you want to try like a 4:30 one afternoon. Saturday, I don't care. It's council discretion, obviously, but just trying to come up with a date that everybody can agree upon that you think you're available. So there's a calendar right there in front of you. And I think this one will be a pretty basic one because we have everybody's so new. I don't believe, Councilor Rodriguez, you've never even been to
I
one.
went to last
To
year's.
one?
Mhm.
Okay.
What about the 20th or the 21st?
May 21st.
Well, why don't we tentatively set those aside? I need to check my calendar.
Okay.
If I had a choice between a Friday or a Saturday, Friday evening or a Saturday, I'd rather do a Saturday because you're fresher.
Okay.
Then, you're exhausted by the end of the week. So,
Okay.
but I'd like to check my calendar and like to make sure Mr. Bradshaw, because he's not
Okay,
here.
so how about I ask Angela to poll the council for the September 21st?
Okay. Yeah.
Can we get a
Like I said, I
consensus
don't
on that?
know what else. My calendar.
Okay. Wanted you to know that we did not receive the CDBG grant for the community center. That was a $200,000 grant request, so that was kind of sad. I hope you've seen the beautiful shade structures at that large playground at Raymond Rimkus Park. You have approved more shade structures for next fiscal year to include the smaller playground there at Raymond Rimkus Park and a few others, but that's in next year's budget. The structures that you see out there today reduce the temperature underneath by 5 or 10 degrees, have the UV protection, and they're an attempt to help to reduce basically children burning themselves when they're playing with the city equipment. Yesterday was Labor Day, which meant that was the last day of our city pools being open. So they're now closed, and we will have a report from the agency that ran the pools for us this summer on your meeting on September the 30th. And then we have discussed the pool advisory board's been meeting every couple of weeks anyway, but I know that a couple councilors and Mayor Riley, that being the latest one, have asked that they come up with a plan sooner, like hopefully this fall, so that we're not doing it at the last, January and February again. Rumble stripes and additional markings are going in or already have been installed in front of that pedestrian walkway right there in front of the library. Hopefully this will assist with pedestrian safety and maybe people slowing down. Postcards will be sent out to residents next week about the street closures for the preparation of the actual soapbox derby. I think the first annual soapbox derby, we had 18 cars. Am I right, Maribel? I think I'm right. That's what memory tells me. And we're up to 24 this year. So we're going to need to cut it off at 24 because of the flow charts. So we've got 3 that are still tentative, but if they don't come through, we've got others to take their place. So I think it'll end up being 24 cars. But postcards aren't going to get sent out to the residents because if you recall, we have to have a couple of practice rounds. So we close the street from like 5 to 7 in the morning or 6 to 8 in the morning or something, just right when the sun comes up for the first 2 hours so that we can get the practice rounds in so that we know that the kids are safe. We know that the railings on the side are going to work as well as the little ramp that they go off on. Oh, the mayor has asked if any of you are available on the 23rd, 24th, or 25th of September for the city manager evaluation. That's a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
Right.
The 24th is probably not a good day because I think that's a zoning commission meeting day.
Okay.
So I was thinking the 23rd or 25th. I don't know what y'all are thinking about that. Is there any way we could get a consensus on that?
Why can't we do it on the same day as the council meeting, 17th or the 30th, after the meeting?
I don't have an issue with that if that's what the council, whatever you all want, that's fine.
So it wouldn't be having to schedule another meeting.
So I guess whichever we think we're going to have a short agenda on, how do y'all want to do
I'm
it?
saying, I would hate for us to go into an evaluation at 10 p.m.
Right.
That's the only reason I was looking at another date.
Well, we can control the length of the agenda, I think. Let's work on that.
Okay, so I will look at the agenda if you will entrust me to do that, and the shorter agenda is the one we'll put it on. Is that fair? I'm seeing all heads shaking.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to do it before, like at 4:30 or 5, or after?
Okay.
You can't?
I can get here by 4:30.
By 4:30? I'm not,
And if
Well,
we aren't
let's-
through, we'll continue it
I would like
after.
to reserve that time until we check it with Mr. Bradshaw.
Sure, exactly.
Because I'm not sure what his schedule is.
Right, okay. So 4:30 on whichever meeting is shortest, right? Okay. And hopefully I'll be able to make a judgment call on that, because sometimes with the 30th meeting, stuff may come up that I don't know about. I want to remind each council member that if you want to submit an article to, one of you had asked me about submitting an article, you can submit an article to the Lions Roar, but you have to limit it to 500 words. The mayor has 1,000 words. You can send the article to Maribel Mendoza and me, and then I'll review it, just for accuracy, content, whatever. But you definitely can do that if you want. I'm excited again to say that the 9/11, September 11th Tower Climb and Memorial, we've got a team that is a combination of police and firefighters, and they will be doing the tower climb and carrying names of 9/11 victims with them. And our Color Honor Guard has also been the city that has been invited to do the presentation of the flags again at this. So that's pretty neat. These flyers, you'll see them on social media, you'll see them kind of around everywhere. It's a reminder about Grandparents' Day on September the 8th. It begins at 2 p.m. We've got the Beethoven concert band there. And I'm hoping that last year attendance was like 2 people. And so I'm hoping we have good attendance this year so that we can keep this going. But I just wanted you to know, hopefully you've seen this out on our social media. It's been out for, I think Maribel said 3 weeks.
Have we notified the local senior citizen centers? The one on Wurzbach and the one on Hebner?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can sure find out.
And then there's some other ones that in the past, they've actually driven the residents from outside the city into the city to attend that concert.
Okay, so you're telling me the one on Wurzbach and the one on Hebner?
Those are the 2, but then there's also others that are outside. I don't remember the names.
Okay.
Sorry, but they have a bus and they bring them over here. In the past, they brought them over here, so.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Yes,
Yes,
hi.
they've both been notified by
Okay.
email, and
Perfect.
I physically gone there to speak with the managers there.
Okay.
They've been
Okay.
notified, yes, ma'am.
And any other senior citizens complexes outside of Leon Valley?
I've emailed them, but I haven't physically gone to speak with their
Okay.
managers, but they have been notified, yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you, I
You're
appreciate that.
Okay, and I've decided, like we talked about a few managers' reports ago, I'm not going to go over the upcoming things because we do that every meeting, and it's already sitting out there on the city manager's report. So that concludes my report, and I would stand for any questions.
Ms. Kinsler, I just had, because I was so busy today, I didn't have a chance to email you, but I just noticed that we had 27, and I don't know if that's hours or people, that did community service outside the city. And I was just wondering, could you explain? I'm pleased, but I didn't know what that was in regard to. I thought it was all in-house, for.
I would defer that question to Denise.
Oh, okay.
He's right there.
Okay, well,
You can't hear.
and then there was one other,
I saw that too.
yeah, and I was
It-
just,
it-
that kind of stuck out
yes,
at me.
mine
like,
too. I saw that
What
too.
happened there? So, I mean,
Yeah.
but I'm glad we could help other people, but I was just curious as to
But we're
what that was.
deferring expenses in Leon Valley, so the majority of that needs to go to Leon
Needs to
Valley.
stay here.
Exactly.
And then on page 2, there were several drainage improvements and the generator at Grass Hill that we couldn't start till after the fiscal year because due to conflicts with the city's year-end fiscal year. And I guess I was wondering, what did that mean?
So that means it was funded in next fiscal year.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay. So I was like, what's the conflict? Okay. So the money's not in this year's budget, it's in next year's budget. Okay, that's all. I just wanted.
No.
Oh, that's not correct? Okay, that's what I thought the manager said.
No, they were funded in this
This
year,
year's,
and
that's
that's
what I was
actually
wondering.
going to be an item on the agenda on the September 30th meeting.
Okay.
So I'll explain it then.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I had not seen that in the report before, so I was curious
Don't we
as
have
to what
like
that meant.
engineering in one year and then the project in a separate year?
There was
We had
20.
both.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. We had both in this year. However,
not gonna
because
be
the
complete.
projects aren't going to be done until next fiscal year, the finance director would rather that we start them in next fiscal year so she can account for them in that year.
And not split them between 2 fiscal years?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That makes sense. We had 27, I don't know if that's hours, people that did community service out of the court outside of Leon Valley, and I was just curious as to what they did and how did we help, and because I had not seen that before.
I can't tell you that, Mayor. I don't keep track of that type of information. That would come from the municipal court clerk, and unfortunately, Fabiola is not here. But I don't know, the type of community service that they do outside the city, they have to get special permission from the judge to do that. Because I don't allow them, when I do offer them community service, it has to be within the city of Leon Valley and for the city of Leon Valley, but they can get special permission from the judge to do outside in extenuating circumstances. So if that's what that number is about, then yes.
But is that 27 hours or 27 people?
It must be 27 people.
Okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's tons
Okay.
of community service hours.
Okay. So
Based
that it was
on,
the
based
judge's
on the
determination.
fines. Because
Okay.
it's 8 hours for every $100. I mean, 8 hours for every $100. So mostly
So 27
fines are over $200, so, yeah.
Good. All right, thank you.
What's interesting about this is that I've noticed that, Denise, this is the first time that I've seen so many on the outside, outside of Leon Valley. So I don't know if it has to do with the new judge that we just got or what it is, but it's noticeable this time.
I don't really have anything to do with it. I don't recommend outside community service. When they ask me, I refer them to the judge. And so I don't really keep track of whether it's Judge Morales or Judge Casson, you know.
But you're not in the room when they're
I'm
doing that.
not in the room. They're in the
Okay.
courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions? Yes, Ms.
I don't have a
Charles.
question, but I have a concern to express. We all were in receipt, we council people were all in receipt of a link to disclose email investigation that Chief Salvaggio mentioned during the hearing. And I would like a consensus among my counselors to ask the city manager if she could check and see how this confidential information was released from City Hall.
So what confidential information?
It was the emails that Chief Salvaggio brought up during the hearing, and he had sent it on to an outside investigative.
Yes.
And that was placed on this website, and we were all sent an email with that link, and it was all on there. So that's confidential information, and I'd like to know how that got released.
I don't know how that got released, but I can find out. If that's the consensus.
Yes.
I'd like to find out.
I think I might have missed it.
I'm going to need my IT people to help. I'm not sure how to do it, but I will work on it, sure.
All right, anyone else have a question or a comment for Ms. Kinsler on the city manager's report? Anyone in our chambers have a question or follow-up comment on the city manager's report? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to citizens to be heard. And if you would please come and state your name and where you live, just generally. You have up to 5 minutes and to make a comment. Okay, good evening, neighbor.
Burnside, Forest Way.
Mm-hmm.
2 questions, one from Melinda and one for the chief.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the recycling bins in the park? And then when are we going to have recycling bins in the park?
Okay. I thought we had one.
We were awarded a grant by ACOG for new recycle bins in the park, and they are fantastic looking.
Mm-hmm.
So the guys just got them put together. We're going to put a concrete pad down to put it on, and then they will be back in all the parks.
How many?
We can have 2 at Raymond Rimkus and then 1 in each of the other satellite parks.
It's not a whole lot, but that's better
They're
than nothing.
huge.
Okay, I
They're
know it's
big.
huge.
They're very nice. You're going to like them.
Okay, all right.
Are they different, Melinda, than the ones right by the bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I haven't seen those. I just saw the one by the bathroom. That works because
I
you've
know
got,
where the tennis court
and
would
the-
be a good place.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's
Y'all are going to like these. They're really nice.
Okay.
great.
I
Okay.
was waiting for it for years, actually for decades now.
Okay.
The other question, Forest
Chief,
Way.
right there.
For the, hello.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is really serious because Forest Way is not getting better. In fact, it's getting worse for traffic. I stood there the other day in the morning at 7:40 for 15 seconds, and I counted 6 cars. So that means every 2 seconds there was a car zooming by for me to try to cross over to her house. You know, it's like life-threatening. There are children standing at the corner waiting for the school bus. That street is not like any other street. It leads to elementary school. It has high school kids waiting for buses, and it's a shortcut through to the medical center. And I ask you, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to maybe have some ripple like they're doing on Evers, maybe, or would that help? You know, these little ripple things.
Did Belinda run out? Yeah, the rumble strips, what you're talking about. I don't know if we consider those any different than the speed humps.
Speed humps.
But speed humps are something that she probably needs to talk about.
That's a process.
The process.
The rumble strips don't slow people down, they just wake people up. And so if you really wanted to slow it down on Forest Way, we would have to do a traffic study to see if we could put in those speed cushions and hopefully do that. We did put in the blinking stop signs.
Yeah. Did you see that? I actually saw a car stop this morning at 5:45.
Well, when the
I couldn't
guys were
believe
putting
it.
them in, they couldn't believe how many people were running it.
Oh, okay. Well, and I thought that was a good suggestion from one of my neighbors.
Study. When did I give you somebody? A study years and years ago. We did a traffic study, and it was already bad then. So I don't know. You have to do it again.
Well, if we're not already down there on Forest Way, that's one of the places that we constantly are writing citations for the stop sign there near Miss Chasen's house. We know there's a problem, but the problem you're describing is a problem that the entire city is having. Any street that can be a cut through to get off of Bandera, that's what they're doing. And so during the same time, you know, peak hours in the morning, peak hours in the afternoon, every one of our neighborhoods are having the same problem. And we're addressing them one by one, but it's like, one, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, but as soon as you turn around, there's 30 more fish that are going to come down the road. And so stopping it is a strong term because you're not going to stop the traffic. They're going to continue to come down. Even if you put speed humps or rumble strips, people are going to continue to cut through there because of the problem. Myself today, I was trying to make it here. Traffic was really bad. And so I came down Evers thinking I was not going to go on Bandera. Got there to Seneca. It was really bad. So I started to go on down Poss. It was really bad. So I went up to Grass Valley. Where's she at? And was one of the people cutting through the neighborhood through Grass Valley. That's what everybody does these days.
No, I'm not talking about the number of cars. I'm talking about the speed they're coming up and how they run the stop sign.
Okay.
And that, again, it's the school. It's right there at the next corner. And there are kids. One of these days, one of these kids is going to be run over.
So we can't do anything for the school because that's not in Leon Valley.
Well, get together with the school police.
Well, San Antonio has a group that's what they're supposed to do. We are addressing the school zones in our area. We've been out there since school started again with a number of officers, motorcycle guys, everybody. So we're addressing that. We can address Forest Way. I just can't address the school. We will address Forest Way, though.
No.
We definitely will.
Promise.
Yes,
Put your
ma'am.
heart on your-
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Burnside. All right. Anyone else? Good evening, Mr. Martinez, and welcome. If
Benny
you'll state your
Martinez,
address.
Seneca. Mayor Riley, City Council, citizens of Leon Valley. I've got 2 items I want to bring to your attention. First, I just want to make a statement that the 312 procedure, which removed me from office, is a violation of the charter. The charter stipulates that 2/3 of the council, not 3 members, can remove me. That will be challenged. Second item, my complaint filed against the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, has to be moved forward. I filed my complaint with the mayor, like the charter stipulates, on April 2nd. The charter stipulates that an investigator shall be hired to do the investigation. And anybody can do the investigation, and I highly recommend against using Mr. Henry. He has proved himself not to be reliable. I think this investigation is going to prove that Kelly Kinsler is the leader of the band to have me removed from City Council. You know, it started, you know, the charter was passed in November of 2017. It took effect in December of 2017. In January, we had a hurricane that postponed the first meeting in January. The city manager added 6 items to the agenda without the city council or the mayor's approval. She later apologized for doing that, but I view that as her first step at stretching her powers. The second thing is we found out that on February 15th, she sent a copy of the charter to Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office asking me to be charged with a crime. That's 2 months after the charter was enacted. If that isn't a smoking gun that shows that Kelly Kinsler is the leading person behind me being removed from City Council, I don't know what is. But I believe, you know, we need to have the 312 Commission set up and do a hearing on this. But really, with all the negativity and all this, the bad vibes from the 312 hearing, the city really needs to start the healing process. The only way it can do that is everybody involved needs to be removed, starting with the city manager, and anybody that belittled the mayor. That is completely uncalled for. Every person that belittled the mayor should be removed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. All right, anyone else? Yes. Okay. Good evening, Miss Garrett, and welcome.
Johnny Garrett and Leon Valley. And could I get you to pull up Tiger Sanitation and go to their rules and regulations? Because I've been fighting Tiger for a long time. And you, the Secretary Sandra, you've been so helpful and sweet. Thank you. Do you know those big cans, do you have to rent those or can you use your own? I don't know how it was set up. I don't need a 95. For some families, it's nice to have a big container. I'm just one person. I don't have a lot of garbage. I do have some occasionally. But even the 65-gallon was huge for me. Anyway, when they first delivered the cans, I told them to take them, that I was not going to be there. That was in December of 17. And I said, I don't want the cans. They're too hard to get back and forth. On my street, everybody puts them out in front of the house, in front of the garage, and it looks really tacky. When I had waste management, I had the barrels for a little while because I had other people living with me, but I put them behind my fence. But getting them through the grass was hard, even with the wheels. But on Tiger, if you go to, it says you pay 3 months in advance, and at the very bottom of the rules and regulations.
Tell me where it's at on their website. I don't know Tiger's website. Where did you go to find it?
Also, don't forget, we have a separate contract with Tiger.
So I went to Leon Valley. I went home, Leon Valley.
Okay.
Where on Leon Valley's page.
Is there something up? I don't have my glasses on. Is there something up there that says rules or?
No.
Okay, I'll find it. I have a copy in my folder at home. But anyway, it says that, and I told them I was going to be moving. I told them originally that I was going to be out of town 2 or 3 months, but I would start the service when I got back. But I didn't know when I'd be back. Well, I got a ticket, and then I got another ticket. But I didn't refuse the service, but I said, if I'm going to move, it says at the very bottom, if you move, they don't refund you. They keep the money. Why is that? Any place you go, if you have Leon Valley, when you start service, you might have a deposit, but when you leave, you get your deposit back. It's not the amount of the money, it's the principle of the thing. And I said, I'm not going to pay for a can that I don't get. And I said, I've called them, I've been on the phone back and forth over and over. Finally, they were going to charge me a restart fee. $35, it's no big deal. I said, but it wasn't supposed to start in the first place until I got back. My cans were left out. They told me they would pick the cans up the next day. Those cans were out there 3 weeks, and I was gone. It's like advertising that I'm not home. I don't like the way they do business. I never had a problem with waste management. If I was going to be out of town, I'm retired, I'd go places. They would always say, okay, we'll stop your service for 2 months or 3 months. It was never a problem. I said, you can't, they say don't email them, to call them. But getting through is really hard. You can't get through. Try them. They said, call us. I said, she told me, one of them, maybe it was Francis, I don't know, that they would reimburse me. I said, would you send that to me in an email? I have yet to receive the email. Not yet. And I don't think they're going to send it. But they have no right keeping anybody's money. If they move, they should get their money back. That's just the way I feel. That's good business.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Go home and find the rules and regulations, because they're on there. They don't have any right keeping your money.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Anyone else? Yes. Mr. Riddle, good evening and welcome.
Yes, Philip Riddle on Reese Hope. Just had a question as far as Tiger goes.
Mm-hmm.
Are other dumpsters other than Tigers allowed within Leon Valley?
No, sir.
Would that-
Only Tiger.
Only Tigers
Yes,
dumpsters?
sir. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But you can put other trash cans.
Absolutely. You can put other bags of garbage in addition to your dumpster, but you can't have another, like a waste management dumpster out there or anything. That has to be a Tiger dumpster.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chippy, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Ms. Mayor. Hey, my name's Tom Chippy. I live at 6634 Peachtree. Does this work?
It's working. Mm-hmm.
You guys can hear me now. Hey, I just wanted to, from a kind of macro perspective, I get the feeling that I'm getting something jammed down my throat, and it's an issue that y'all are going to get to in a little bit, about the addition to the park, the little thing with the splash pads and the amphitheater and all of that. And I don't like the way it tastes. I'm getting a really weird feeling that people that are elected sitting here right in front of me aren't listening to me. And maybe some other people around here. I think I don't want to get into the micros of all of that, but we had a vote on it. And 50% of the people said no. And what part of 50%, as the joke goes, don't you guys understand? This sucker's back again. Mm-hmm. So I want to look at it from a macro perspective. I want to know which members on council right now are for this and want to vote for it.
Mr. Chippy, we're going to get to that, as you know.
I don't want to be here at 9:30.
Exactly. Oh, I understand.
All I want to know right now is
we're
who are
gonna
the
get to it
people that
pretty
are going
soon.
to vote for that?
But
What do you
again,
mean, no? You're not
on
gonna tell
citizens,
me.
Mr. Chippy, on citizens to be heard, we can only listen. We can't take action or vote or anything like that. So we can
Vote.
Yeah. Well.
Disappointed, Ms. Mayor.
Okay. Sorry. I just. Okay. Trying to just follow the rules here. Okay, Ms. Garrett's coming back up. Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes, ma'am.
forgot to say something. And this is, I was just wondering, the city council members, Kelly, a couple of times you said the city council members went and reported to you. You knew they were not supposed to do that. I'm just wondering if the city council members are going to hold her responsible for some of the things she did. And the red light cameras. You went to city council after you renewed it for another, 10 years? And I think it was the August, September that said the red light cameras were until 1928, but I think they were already a 10-year. So it would be 2038, right? 2038. You renewed the contract for another 10 years before you went to city council. You signed it. Is the city council going to hold her responsible or not?
Would you like me to answer?
No
that?
answer? Okay.
I think I can answer, right?
I think she's overstepped her limits.
I don't know if it's a question I can answer. But I don't know if it's a question.
Well, I don't know why you signed it without going through.
Okay.
It's not on the agenda. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, city council better start holding some of these people responsible. And Miss Kelly, you better start being responsible.
Okay, anyone else? All right.
On your question on
Oh,
for the
okay,
27.
great. Thank you so much.
She said it's 27 hours because it's only a 2-week time period.
27
And the
hours.
judge awarded those to people with either disabilities or that didn't live in the area. So it was at his or her discretion. She doesn't remember which judge gave whom what hours.
Okay.
But it's usually done under special circumstances.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That's really thoughtful of you to follow up with her so quickly. Yes, ma'am, did you have something else to add?
No, I was just saying, just like I said.
Okay. But it was the judge allowed it, and you said it was a special situation, so, okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did have something to say, Mayor and Council. 27 hours, that's very minimal. As far as.
For one person.
If it's for one person, that's probably for one person, and it's even minimal with the one person because, like I said, it's 8 hours for every $100, and a lot of our tickets are
3 hours.
over $200. So.
Mm-hmm.
And she also said it may be due to the actual offense, like the judge may not want to have them part of our community service due to the offense they committed. They don't want them doing their hours with the city due to their offense. Possibly. That could be a reason.
I don't either. If you don't know, then I don't know. Okay, due to their offense. Okay, I'll just write that down. All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and council members. Ms. Charles, do you have any announcements this evening?
Well, since Councilor Hody has joined us, he's raised the bar. So we all have to say something enlightening. And mine's are like parachutes. They only function when open.
All right, Councilor Rodriguez, excuse me.
Just want to tell everybody thank you for coming, and hope everybody enjoyed their time off yesterday, and congratulations to our fire department personnel for their upgrades.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
I had one too. It takes courage not to be discouraged. Remember that every day and keep smiling, and thanks for being here.
Okay, Mr. Hody, what is your, y'all must have all gotten on the same page here.
So welcome, everyone. I just wanted to mention that I attended the Northwest Seniors meeting and lunch for the first time, and they are a hoot, meaning they're a lot of fun. And also wanted to mention that, speaking of quotes and whatnot, my mom and I went on a little mini vacation last week. We didn't get far enough north to escape the heat, But anyway, on our way back, we stopped at the LBJ Ranch and Center in Johnson City. And there was a quote up on the wall there that both of us liked a lot. And I can't do an LBJ voice, but it says, "I hope it may be said 100 years from now that by working together, we help to make our country more just for all of its people, as well as to ensure and guarantee the blessings of liberty for all of our posterity. That is what I hope, but I believe that at least it will be said that we tried." So we all need to try. And by the way, I like Mr. Riddle's shirt.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody about the American Legion program on Sunday, this coming Sunday for 9/11. I believe it starts at 6. It's the 9/11 memorial for the people who died on that day. Also, I went to a seminar last week sponsored by ACOG. It's called the PACE program, P-A-C-E, and I doggone if I remembered what all those acronyms were, but basically it's a statewide program for commercial and nonprofit entities to be able to borrow money to upgrade their buildings for energy efficiency. That's and when you do that, of course, not only do you improve, the air quality, but it also improves your bills. And so it was a very interesting program. But the first thing, and none of the governmental municipalities or the county you have to pass a resolution. That's the first thing in order for any commercial or nonprofit business to tap into this program. So I would like to bring it to the council's attention in the next meeting or two. ACOG is going to send me all the paperwork, but the city hasn't passed it, the county hasn't passed it, and you have to pass this resolution first for people to tap into this resource. So anyway, more information in the future, but I thought it had a lot of potential. It really did, especially like old apartment buildings and I think churches, so they could tap into it. And so anyway, but more information later, but I really enjoyed going to that seminar. So I think that's it. So let's move to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the dais that would like to remove any of the consent agenda items 1, 2, or 3 for discussion? Seeing no one or hearing no one asking for any of those to be removed, may I please have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
I second. I have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to approve consent agenda item 1, 2, and 3 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Moving then to agenda item number 7, ordinance. These are our second reads. We've got 2 under that category. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council designating the southeast irregular 150.38 feet of parcel 10, ARB 10A, Block 5, CB 4432C, being a vacant parcel of land on Peachtree Street at Poss Road as park, and approving a site plan for development of a park, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Good evening
Mayor.
and welcome, Melinda. And do you have an update on this?
I've got a couple of extra
Okay,
slides. At
very
the
good.
coffee with the council, there were several concerns brought up from some of the residents that were over there, and so I tried to take each one of those concerns and address it.
Okay. And did you have the results of the clicking as well?
I did not bring those with me.
Okay. We have it in our packet, so if not, we can just review that as well. Thank you.
So this just gives the history of the park itself. But here's where we left it off. The citizens at the last meeting were split 50-50 between concept number 2 and concept number 4. And this is concept number 2. Basically, it's pavers and landscaped area, so it would be just a parking lot.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Pavers, asphalt, landscaping, and then remodel those pool restrooms. And here's concept 4. And this has the life-size chessboard with partial shade and covered chess table area, handicap accessible brick pathway, landscaping and turf area, heritage garden beds, ground bubblers, public art, electrical outlets, and again, remodeled pool facilities. So here's the first citizen concern was about the proposed amphitheater. They were stating that it would create a nuisance for the neighbors due to excess noise and or possible homeless people staying all day or through the night. So while the existing pool is noisy during its use, it's not open year-round, so this concern should be taken into serious consideration. An amphitheater would increase the noise on the lot. What we could do about that is we could stipulate that amplifiers, boom boxes, or other noise-producing equipment not be allowed at this park. We have had about 3 to 5 homeless people in the park this year, Raymond Rimkus, but each time they have been asked to leave by our police, and one was actually escorted out of the city itself. All city park facilities are closed after sunset, so anyone staying after dark would be asked to leave. The proposed giant chess pieces would either be stolen or defaced with graffiti. When we spoke to the chess set salesperson, they did note that they'd only received 3 reports of stolen chess pieces, and they do sell nationwide. We do remove graffiti on park playground equipment at Raymond Rimkus Park several times a year, so this probably would happen to the pieces as well, but they would be cleaned. One of the concerns was the spray ground would not be used, the concrete surface would be hot, and it would probably grow algae and mold. Splash pads and bubblers are the most requested amenities at parks, as they don't require lifeguards, and they're a lot easier for parents of young children to not have to worry about water depth. When we did our park survey this past year, that was one of the #1 requested items off of that park survey. The proposed spray ground would have an MSP safer surface, which is a poured synthetic rubber, which would be 3/8 to a ½ inch thick, and that's installed on top of the concrete, so the child would never come in contact with concrete. The surface is safe and will not grow algae. The bubblers are activated by a button which offers a continuous spray for 45 seconds each time they're pressed. So if there's no kids on the playground, then those buttons aren't being pressed. There is no water coming out. The water would be recirculated like pool water, so it would be treated with chlorine, because I know little toddlers, and they will drink whatever water's in front of them. So. The other concern was children could be hurt or killed crossing Poss Road. With either concept, be it just a parking lot or this proposed play area, there is a potential for someone to be hit by a vehicle when crossing Poss Road. The crossing needs to be reconfigured and better marked to make it safer, regardless of what we do with it. Even when we're using it at the 4th of July, crossing over there is dangerous on Poss Road. But we can do that. We can enhance that crosswalk. Regardless of what happens with this part, it needs to be done anyway, and we can do that with red light camera funds. The pavers in the proposed area at the pool would be hot and would burn bare feet. The pavers aren't going to be any hotter than the existing concrete that's at the pool if they're not covered. But it does provide better maintenance for the pool because it takes a lot of the grass out that's in place right now. Persons that are coming from the grassy areas at the pool don't wash their feet when they're getting in, and that increases our pool maintenance. The proposed paver area shows it to be covered. And so for the preliminary cost estimate for concept 2 was about $117,000. And then the preliminary cost estimate for concept 4 was almost $131,000. And so this is up to you. We had a 50-50 split in that room, and this is totally a council decision. I'm going to put this back on the site plan because we probably have some more comments about that. So there's concept 4, and there's concept 2. And that concludes any changes I had to the presentation.
Okay. Melinda, is this considered a pocket park because it's in a neighborhood, or is it considered part of Raymond Rimkus Park? And how do you distinguish that?
When this was first brought up, it was to be an extension of Raymond Rimkus Park and not as a pocket park for the neighborhood.
Okay, even though a neighborhood is surrounding it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, I had that question. Any questions for Melinda on the additional information? Thank you so much for that. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
Melinda, you had talked about, I guess, making some improvements or provisions for crossing over paths. What would they be?
Basically, you'd enhance it. So you already have the striping across, but I would also like to move it slightly because it's a cattywampus to the road. So I would put it from this lot straight over to the park instead of that cross right there. And then we'd put up pedestrian crossing signs that blink and probably put lights in the ground and then rumble strips like we did in front of the library.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Councilor. Go ahead. Councilor Hody.
Melinda, I was just wondering, what is a heritage garden bed?
That's a good question for Michelle Alonso, who happens to be here this evening.
And is that concept 4 then, so we could look at the concept 4 and see where that is? Thank you. Oh,
Do you have a pointer for her?
there we go.
Crystal, do you have a pointer for her?
Heritage.
Oh, yep, you're right. Okay, so here are the heritage garden beds. Otherwise, another word is educational garden beds. So heritage, because the idea would be that they would educate people on what grows in our area, what are local, not necessarily fruits and vegetables to eat, though that could be one option, but landscape options for their homes, trees, herbs, anything that grows locally, cactus. I'm not a gardener. These are just thoughts that they could be used to share what's local, what grows well in different seasons. And does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
I had a couple of questions, and one is for you. Can you explain, I mean, the term amphitheater, every time I think of that, I think of the Roman gladiators.
Right, yes.
So can you explain a little better about what the intent was of the theater?
Yes.
Please?
So, well, first I want to say that under the amphitheater, if you look over at B, it says historical placard. One of the main thoughts of this whole area is that you could walk into kind of an outdoor historical and cultural center of Leon Valley. So to take some of that work that the Historical Society has done and to make some placards, whatever they are, whatever would, be something that we want to share, the history or stories about Leon Valley, to be outdoor as in like a placards, outdoor made of metal. So the amphitheater kind of came up with, well, what if we had something covering them, and to make it as multi-purpose as possible. Not that there would be concerts there all day, but that it would be an outdoor historical place where people can come and, walk up the ramp and down the ramp and read something about Leon Valley, or sit there and have some picnic or some shade during the day, and then also being forethinking that it would be a great spot for some, small cultural events. It was never the idea to make a huge amphitheater to make big concerts. It's just to small share cultural events, like, I mentioned before, our theater group, our Leon Valley folk dance group, maybe some small musical things, or but definitely the 4th of July. So the amphitheater is basically, in this model, is just some raised cement, and it has an angled roof, so that you don't necessarily need all of the mics and all of the sound equipment that it should be able to naturally amplify to the small space in front of it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit further. Like when my children were young, they had puppet shows and magic theater and little things like that on small stages in different parks.
Yes.
And even outside school, in schoolyards and things. Is it anticipated something like that?
I would think it's something that if the city decided that they wanted to host those events, that it would function well. Not to compare this necessarily to the Pearl, but at the Pearl they have similar spots. And when they want to do, like I've been down there for Magic Theater and they've done a small play, and they have amplifiers. You can't hear them because the sound doesn't know where to go. And they didn't think of that when they developed the area. So they take stages up, take them down, and the sound doesn't run very well there. So anyways.
That would depend on how it's constructed.
Yes. If it's acoustically correct, right? And constructed in an acoustically correct manner.
Okay. My second question is for Melinda, really. Thank you, Ms. Alonso. Is it possible, we only have budgeted $60,000 this year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to do something that's agreeable from both plans, like do the shrubbery around and do the restrooms first and then consider the rest for completion next year? Just get started, because the restrooms have needed it as long as I've known the pool there.
They're not in good shape. Actually, today is September the 3rd. That gives me less than 30 days, and we would still have to have an architect come and take a look at the pool restrooms to give us a plan. So we don't have enough time in this fiscal year to spend that $60,000, but I'll come back for a budget adjustment.
Okay, but that's
But
something
otherwise,
that we
yes, that is something that can happen.
vote on today. All right, thank you. All right.
Excuse me, just a minute. Ms. Charles, since you haven't spoken yet, do you have anything to add before Ms. Rodriguez speaks a second time?
No, but I think that's a good idea, Councilor Alcacer, is to do some stages of planning, and greenery and the restrooms sound like a plan to begin with.
Restrooms, definitely.
All right. Councilor Rodriguez.
I was asking, since I do the dance group here in town, and I know that Ms. Alonso had mentioned us probably maybe using it or doing a small mini performance, how is that going to work? Because we do have not necessarily an amplifier, but a big speaker.
That's a concern.
The kind of amphitheater she's talking about has an acoustical ceiling and acoustic walls.
Okay.
And if you shape them correctly, like a clamshell type, then that sound is amplified out towards the group that would be in the middle watching that. It wouldn't be as loud as having a boombox or a amplifier or anything like that, but they do project.
Okay, I have a statement from Mr. Bradshaw that I will go ahead and read. He's not here this evening because he's out of the country for work, but he sent this to me this afternoon, and he said, Peachtree and Poss Properties, the citizens are split on the Peachtree Park concept as evidenced by the 50-50 vote at the last coffee with the mayor. I am opposed to the concept for Peachtree Park as currently proposed. I believe there needs to be a compromise in order to satisfy both sides of this issue. Personally, I do not think that Peachtree property is the proper location for an amphitheater since it is so close to residences. A better location for an amphitheater would be across the street at Raymond Rimkus Park. The splash pad makes sense to put near the pool, as well as some shade canopies and bench seating. I would also like to see a revamp of the entire pool area, including upgrades to the restrooms and pool fencing. It might make more sense to put the splash pad area behind the pool area where the current existing parking lot is, and move some parking areas to the Peachtree and Poss property as proposed in the Concept 2 drawing that was voted on by citizens. I believe that additional parking on that corner would be beneficial during especially busy times at Raymond Rimkus Park. So that's his input. I'd like to say, where's Michelle? I know you got your concept for the chess pieces from downtown at Hemisphere, which I take my granddaughter to a lot, but maybe as an alternative, and I think maybe more people could use it, and I think maybe I shared that with you. At Hemisphere, they've got these concrete ping pong tables and concrete foosball tables, which I thought, maybe that might be an alternative to the chess pieces because you get more people. So that's what I would like to consider as a.
And even in addition, if you shrunk the chessboard, you could have, even as an addition, if you shrunk the chessboard on the side, you could even add. So then there's just more options.
Yeah, they don't have a chessboard there. They have the checkers, but the life-size
Yes,
checkers
I cannot
down
play.
there.
This is not a selfish thing because I refuse to learn how to play chess. So
Okay.
just so you know, this is not a personal.
Okay.
I just think it draws, just community. So having those different games like you mentioned.
I've just heard a lot of input, and it seems like the amphitheater seems to be the crux of the issue. I thought because of the noise, and is it possible? Because you can make all these rules and say there's no there's no boom boxes and all, but I did see electrical outlets on your list. So there's going to be electrical outlets. So
sure.
I mean, Councilor Bradshaw says, could we move it to Raymond Rimkus Park? Could we do it that?
Well,
and maybe out of the center of that neighborhood. I just wanted to see if that's an off.
Excuse me, Mayor, but are we into concept 9, 10, 11, 12 now?
I just think, as you said, have a parachute, keep an open mind. I'm just trying to, keep an open mind here. See how we can compromise this, because it is 50-50. People are split on it. So what is the one, and I keep thinking going back to that seems to be the crux of the problem, that amphitheater.
You don't have to have it.
Excuse me, two people can't talk at one time.
The amphitheater, for some strange reason, was actually 60-40. Was 60-40%. That 60% wanted the amphitheater, and something like 42
It was
wanted
56
the chess.
yes and 44 no. And I guess on the concept 2 and 4, it was 50-50.
Right, I'm just making
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. Okay.
So you could put an amphitheater at Raymond Rimkus Park, or you could not build one at all.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
exactly.
totally up to the council.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right.
Can I just make one
Yes, you
small
sure
thing
can.
on that?
Go right ahead.
Just trying to kind of keep the continuity of the concept was to make, a heritage garden park. So the more important things is to keep the history and the gardens and the art, and I just thought having a small thing that could also act as a cultural center. I think also if you move the amphitheater, then sure you can do something else with the history placards, but then you're also creating a really big performance space, which would be a totally different issue. Just to think about that.
Okay. Let me go ahead and give the other, and I know some of you were here when we did have the coffee and you voted. So the question was, do you prefer concept 2 or concept 4, which y'all have seen before, and it was deadlocked 50-50. Do you prefer a combination of concept 2 and 4? Yes said 34%, no said 66%. Okay. Do you prefer to keep some parking? Yes said 51%, no said 49%. Again, very close. Do you like the amphitheater concept? Yes, 56%, no, 44%. And do you like the giant chessboard? Yes, 43%, no, 57%. So those were the questions that we polled on the July coffee. Yes, Ms. Charles.
I do have a comment because the Shadow Mist neighborhood dealt with the soccer complex in the same type of issues. It was a new facility coming into what we considered invading our territory, our neighborhood, and we were concerned about noise, light, parking, and all those things. Well, with an SUP and with the rules set forth for the soccer complex, they were not allowed to have amplified music nor noise, amplified music or sound. And they were not allowed to park on our side of the street, and they have to have their own parking. And Mr. Milan can tell you they're still working on that. but we've grown to accept them, and they've grown to accept us. So we realize that vacant areas are not going to remain vacant. That something is going to be developed there. And do we want a car garage or do we want a nice park area? So that's my comment.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from our counselors? Yes, Counselor Hovde.
Thank you, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, in a perfect world, nobody would use amplifiers, and I understand the residents' concern about that. I am not for anything that would be called an amphitheater. There was a little child up here earlier running around on the stage. Kids like to do that.
Mhm.
So it could be something simple and, with a backing on it, and maybe shift the amphitheater so that it backs up more or less to Peachtree. I think that the landscaping is like super important. I see the trees there, and having been a victim, whatever you want to call it, of trees being removed, I know that if you plant new ones and you let them spread out from the base and don't really turn them into a trunked tree, even though it's there, that muffles a lot of sound. And also I wondered, Melinda, and I know you're going to say that whatever we decide is what you can try to do, but how about berms on that side, to further muffle things? If a parking lot goes in there, there's going to be car doors slamming, alarms going off, horns honking, not all the time, not any more than there would be any kind of a production at the stage. But I think if we can really work on that side of the street and the bathrooms, as Ms. Alcacer said, that the rest of it we could kind of develop as we go. I don't want another parking lot there, and I think that's going to be equally as problematic as anything else that we would come up with.
We could certainly investigate it. The property is mostly covered by floodplain, and then there's actually a corner that's actually in the floodway. And so we don't want to impede any kind of drainage or cause a problem with that if you're talking about putting in a berm. But we could certainly work with the city engineer and see what would work.
Okay, yeah, I can just, I can picture, berm is not just a bank from one end of the property to the other. It could be, mounds, and that's where the trees are planted on, and it just, if I lived over there, I'd want any and everything that would kind of muffle the sound from traveling across the street, whether it be a parking lot or a theater. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I then will open it up for our residents and visitors this evening to give your feedback. If you'll state your name and where you live, please. Thank you. Good evening.
Off of Trotter.
Okay.
Council, City Manager. I have a question for Melinda. And I guess if you're putting in the Heritage Gardens, who will be responsible?
Excuse me, Ms. Joseph, you need to speak into the mic.
Okay. Who would be taking care of the gardens if they put in gardens, and who would be responsible for them? Are these going to be classes that are going to help the children, like what the Botanical Society has, where they have strictly children's classes on how to start and grow a garden? They harvest their own. Or even if it's cactus, there's still. And then I am not for the amphitheater unless you can really buffer it. Those people that have lived in that subdivision have come before y'all city council several times. We've had the town meetings. They don't want it because of the noise. So, Mr. Chippy?
I know. He's mad at me. Sorry.
I wish there was a way that you could answer, tell me, so I'm sure he's watching, when you're for it. And I would be kind of, what is the orange that's kind of, is that the splash pad up there on the?
The orange portions are pavers.
Pavers, okay. And so,
see that go around by the pool concession stand? Is that what you're talking about, all that area?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There you go.
Yeah, this area, what is all that area?
So that right there, this is pavers for the ground. And then this is shade covering so that you can put a picnic table underneath there. These are 4 chess tables, those concrete tables that the mayor was talking about, and you can actually play chess or checkers on them.
Mhm.
And then this is a little pergola or pavilion that goes over the top.
Why can't you maybe expand that a little bit more, and you can have your demonstrations and folkloria in that area instead of moving it so far back into the subdivision section. And then on this side here, is this going to be like trees, and then these are going to be little gardens around here, and this is going to be all trees and shrubbery? Okay. And these look like they're going to be, where's the dot? Looks like these are going to be small things, but why couldn't they expand it a little bit over here and leave this area maybe for more of the heritage gardens? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Melinda, are those pavers going to be permeable so the water goes through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Because it is in a flood zone, so, okay, great, thank you. I'm sorry? Yes, if you, did you want to answer a question from Ms. Joseph? Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you for your beautiful thoughts. Just to answer your question about the garden, some of the ideas would be to ask the Beautification Society or people that are already taking care, or any community investment, if it was a school or a class, that would be the idea, be a community investment.
The Beautification Committee, and I think Ms. Charles can hear me out on this, we're not necessarily the ones that are the caretakers of taking care of plants and property and stuff. We tried that. We tried to bring in pots and plants to get all the businesses involved. It totally failed. Same with the monuments. So that would not work as far as the Beautification Committee goes, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But maybe adopt a garden from a classroom or something. I don't know. I mean, that's worth a try, maybe. So, okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Rennell, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Uh-huh.
Can we have the lights turned down so we can see the screen, please?
Thank you. Much better.
See by my hair, I've been here a couple of years. I think these Concept 4 has a lot of good ideas that we need to look at, but I don't think this is the right location. We live on Salke Lane, which is a block away from the senior center, and when they have events there inside the building, now I know it's amplified, but we get to enjoy their music inside our house with the air conditioner running and the TV on. So no matter what you say about rules and regulations, these people right next to it and up and down that street are going to be able to enjoy, well, questionable, what's going on there. If we're going to put an amphitheater there, I would say let's, as citizens, raise enough money to put an amphitheater across the street next door to all you all, and let you enjoy the same privilege. Now, the amphitheater could go in the Veterans Park.
Oh, in the Veterans Park, okay.
We have holiday issues there. We have singing. We have different things going on there. That would be a beautiful place for that. There's a lot of good ideas there. But the citizens are against all this concept. But let's break this up and put it where it can be used and enjoyed. Now, it seems that Councilman Bradshaw has hit the nail on the head. Put a bubble park. What do you call that thing? Sprinkler park or whatever that is. Okay, use the parking lot and use this for the parking lot that we have there now. Just exchange them. Put up trees and make it nice. We need a parking lot there. We need parking there when we have events. Let's solve that problem too. But let's don't put these ideas that this lady's brought forward under the table and say we don't want to do them. Let's find a place in our town to do this. The noise is going to be there. then there's no way you all are going to set a bunch of rules and send a bunch of police out there to stop it. So let's think about maybe going down the road a little further, opening our mind and going a little further with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yunel. Let me see, Ms. Joseph, if there's anybody else that would like to speak, and then I'll certainly let you weigh in as well. So, yes, Ms. Seifert, how are you? Good
Karen
evening.
Seifert, Grass Valley. Last Saturday, there was an event in the park.
Mm-hmm.
And for 4.5 hours, I listened to somebody else's music. And they were in the big pavilion. I love the idea of an amphitheater. I love all of this stuff. But I don't want it in my park. I don't want it that close to me. It's a great idea, but we have rules for the park as it is, and they're not followed. So just my thoughts. I love the amphitheater, but let's find another place.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those comments. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Come forth. If you'll state your name and where you live, please. Thank you. How are you?
Hi. My name is Laura Duff. I live at
Hi, Laura.
6618 Peachtree, which is about 2 houses up from where the amphitheater would be, but on the opposite side of the road. So I just want to make sure that you all are aware that the structure behind the amphitheater is someone's home. So even if there's no amplification, they're still going to, as the gentleman said, enjoy what's ever being done right there. And also directly across the street is another person's home. And they're going to be the most impacted. The second thing I wanted to bring up is, because I live there and I often walk my dog at the park, in 25 years of various dogs walking them to the park, one time has someone stopped as I'm going into the park to let me cross the crosswalk and when I'm coming out. Rarely does that, I mean, that's one time in 25 years. Most of the time I have to stand there and wait and wait and wait until people pass, and then occasionally one of the neighbors will say, oh, I'll stop and let you go. But then that doesn't guarantee that the other person coming the other way is going to stop. The same thing happens over by the library with all of your, attempts to get them to stop. I still almost got hit because people coming this way stopped, but the other ones blew right by and almost hit me. So those were my 2 points.
Thank you
I just
for
want
that.
you to consider that, whatever gets decided. Those are 2 important points for me.
All right.
If we may, Ms. Duff wrote us a letter.
Gail?
Do you have that with you, and can you read it?
No, I didn't bring it with me.
Okay.
Okay. Though I plan on attending the council meeting tonight, I wanted to share some thoughts via email since I may not be able to speak tonight. I live at 6618 Peachtree, just a couple houses from the lot to be used for the proposed park. I attended the coffee with the mayor and saw the plans. I have no issues with the majority of the park, the chessboard, the bubble pad, etc. My main concern is the amphitheater, a small stage at the end of the park. I put amphitheater in quotes because I don't think the plan structure meets the criteria for a true amphitheater, since there will be no raised seating area to assist in sound projection of those speaking on the stage. I've been to many ruins, Roman ruins, and part of the reason that those theaters work is because the seats are raised, and so the sound goes out and bounces and helps create the ability to be heard. There's no seating area. Because of this, the folks using it will be inclined to bring amplification devices so they can be heard. That concerns me because it's directly in front of one home and just across the street from another. Those 2 homes will be the most affected by the sound, but the rest of us on the end, that end of the street will also be impacted. I can already hear amplified sound from Raymond Roomquist Park, such as the dialogue or the music from the movies in the park. I listened to Trolls, last movies. I had the TV on and I'm like, why does it sound like there's 2 people speaking? So I turned the TV off. I'm like, oh, Trolls. So it will be even louder if it's coming from just a couple of houses away. So I ask that if the stage or theater is included in the final plan, that you put into the rules of use that no amplification devices be allowed, since it is in such close proximity to residents.
Okay. Thank you very much for those words, Ms. Duff. Do appreciate it this evening. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. I thought this was a done deal. We voted on item 2 about a year ago. And the second, option 4 came up, about 6 months ago, 8 months ago? But that was a new concept. And I spoke against the amphitheater being at that park. I like the idea of the amphitheater. I think a better place would be across the street on the right, if you're going into the big parking lot, on the right-hand side in that wooded area. That's an unused portion of the park. And I think that would be a very good place with the backdrop towards Poss Road, so the seating would be towards the interior. When I was on council, I spoke heavily about that concept. But I was under the impression that we had pretty much agreed on concept 2 as moving forward with that over a year ago. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening and welcome. Hi.
Hi, my name is Kim Beechner. I live on Poss Road.
Hi, Kim.
I just wanted to start by saying maybe you did approve the previous one, but I'd like to commend at least someone in our community for taking the initiative to build something that is other than a parking lot. So I did come to the coffee, and I know that there was a 50-50 split. I do think that there's some compromise to be made with the amphitheater. But I love the rest of the concept, and I would much rather have this in my community with my children than a parking lot, and that's my piece.
Okay, thank you very much for those words. Do appreciate it. Good evening, Mr. Cooley. How are you this evening?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
I'm Carol
Thank you.
Cooley. I live on Cherryleaf Street, about a block away from there. I'm kind of at a point of, it's whatever happens, happens, and, that's okay. I would love to see an amphitheater in our community, especially as co-founder of Pages Stage Theater Company. As far as I know, the only theater company in Leon Valley, which is actually publicly funded through the Leon Valley Public Library. And I think it would be fantastic to have a space outside of the library where we could expand our efforts and, perhaps make it a little bit more public and available, and I guess maybe more known, so to speak, a more public area. I think it's a great idea to swap it. I didn't even think about that, and then one of the lovely women came up and spoke about that, and maybe swap it around the splash pad. That's like a fantastic idea. I do think one point that hasn't been raised yet is that an amphitheater is highly directional, so while there is some sound bleed, you do have, as long as it's facing the correct direction, you do have a high degree of control over the sound, and of course it's not perfect, but you do have a high degree of control over the sound. Also, just as a professional musician, that is an amphitheater. The definition has been expanded to include multiple above-ground amphitheaters. There are 2 such in Houston that are absolutely beautiful. I'm sure there are others in other major cities as well. Yeah, it is considered an amphitheater. It does not have to have raised seating, but yeah, as long as you do shape it properly, you have a high degree of control over the sound. So I just think it's a fantastic idea. Yeah, that's my bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Anybody else? Yes. Good evening, Heather, and welcome.
Hi, Heather Riddle, Ruth Hopi. I think everybody's hung up on the amphitheater idea, and I was just wondering if we could get an idea of the scale of the amphitheater. Is it as big as this room, smaller than this room, slightly larger than this room? And also, just to reiterate what Carol said, that it's shaped to where the sound's going to the street, and to keep it away from the neighborhood.
Okay, good question. How big is that amphitheater?
I would envision it being as big as the council dais.
Okay. As big as the council dais, okay. All right. Yes, good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Godsey. I live in Pavona Place. I've been here 16 years. Loved my time here in Leon Valley. First of all, I was at the March meeting, the Coffee with the Mayor, and it was a handful of people that were voting. And I do not think that's a very good basis to make a decision for or against something, a very small number of people, hardly representative of the size of this community. And I would really like to see City Council or our manager figure out a way to get more input so that people fully understand the things that are being offered. Second thing is, I appreciate the last few comments about an amphitheater. The purpose of the backing is to do the very thing that was just the last two people spoke of, is to direct the sound so that you don't have sound going except in the area you want. And it looks to me like it would be going right into the other part of the park. Sounds fine to me. The proposal was that it would not be amped. That takes care of another issue. The kids screaming in the pool, you're going to hear a lot more than you would hear people on that amphitheater because the sound's going to be directed away from the homes. So that's my view on that. So I'm for it, just because sound is a legitimate issue, but the sound is already addressed by having the sound, the board behind it to reflect it out. Also, I would like to say, I love the let's be nice to each other. I think that's great. You know, we're all going to have different viewpoints, and there's going to be strengths and weaknesses to each of our viewpoints. I love it when people want to work together and see, well, what can we do? If sound is an issue and it's already being addressed, then I would say, okay, don't say you're not being heard because you're not being agreed with. I don't think that's a fair assessment. You know, you're being heard, but there are other answers to that. And so I agree that we need to deal with making sure you're not going to be bothered by sound. I think that is absolutely important, and I know that everybody wants to do that. But I love the idea of something that looks like not just another parking place and really is something to bring about the more unification of the community. I disagree with Mr. Bradshaw completely on his viewpoints on it, and I will talk with him. He and I have a good relationship, so we will chat some more.
Okay.
But thank you for all your consideration and for all the people that do come out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gotzi. Do appreciate it, yes. Good evening. Rebecca Cooley, how are you this evening?
Rebecca Cooley, Carol's mom.
That's right.
6619 Cherry Leaf Street, so 1 block over. And a big supporter of the theater group in Leon Valley. That's really important for kids to do. And I don't know if y'all, I mentioned this last time. First of all, I want to say what an excellent point that, like, I know y'all voted on it earlier and y'all voted on it last time I was here, but that was not very many people. So when we talk about actual numbers compared to all of Leon Valley, how can we get this to people to see it? Definitely against the parking idea. You know, my kids grew up at that pool, and there is a hard time parking for a swim meet, but still, I still don't want to see. And you know what? The city wouldn't let us use that for parking. So I find that really interesting with 4th of July. Like, everybody goes and parks there. But so I want to also point out that y'all keep saying, like, talk into the mic, because when you're over here, like you would be in the amphitheater, you have to really speak out. Just your voice, you know. It's like there, you could have music up there, musicians, I guess, but, you know, the point, again, with it being, it has a back on it. The amphitheater has to do with the triangular or whatever angular shape going out. If you had raised seatings, then you would be maybe bouncing it back to the neighborhood. And I think the idea is, like, sit on the grass. I hope there's grass. There's kind of grass most of the time, and stickers. But, you know, you could bring a sleeping bag or a beach towel or whatever. I think that's so important to have, like, culture in Leon Valley. The rest of it, I kind of agree with the, since you have the chess tables, I kind of like the ping pong tables and that idea. Again, this is like, I don't know how anyone could vote on it because there's so many good ideas. I really love this model with maybe a couple of changes. I love the amphitheater. Maybe you could do something different than the big, you know, chess pieces. But I live right there. I mean, it's something usable. I think people would enjoy it. I think it makes the community a better place than, like, you know, parking.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooley. Do appreciate it. All right, Ms. Joyce, if there's nobody, okay, go ahead, and then we've got a few more people. Go ahead. I just,
Everybody's pretty much said what
Mhm.
I wanted
Oh,
to
okay.
say. But like Mr. Arnell, I live straight down Poss, and I'm across from the volunteer thing and the senior citizen and the park. And I, too, listened to the 4.5 hours this weekend of all different kinds of music. And I didn't know what kind of thing was going on. And when they have their a reception or whatever going on in the senior citizen, you can definitely hear it going through the walls. And when they open the doors, it just really blasted out. But luckily, it does cut off at a certain time. But yeah, it's got to be so careful with the noise because you're right in the middle of all these subdivisions.
okay.
So, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right.
Hey, me again. I don't want to speak on behalf of a historic society, but I am a member, and therefore I want to ask you, where are you? There you are. These historic plaques or whatever, wouldn't it be more sensible to place those next to the Hebner Onion House, where the historic center of our town is? And over the years, I've heard council express their, how shall I say, that they really weren't all that crazy about supporting the Hebner Onion House, and that they would not consider putting a lot of money in the Onion House. But why not use some of these historic markers and incorporate that into this Hebner Onion project? And that's my idea.
Okay.
And I think it's a great idea. I feel the more ideas we get to the table, the better the outcome. I don't like the amphitheater because I think that piece of land is just not big enough. Go by there. It's not a big piece of land. It's a small piece of land considering what we want to put there.
Mhm.
So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnside. Do appreciate it. All right. Oh, yes, you sure can.
Mr. Your Ms. Joseph, if it's getting to y'all that loud in the park, I need y'all to call. And I'm not saying you didn't, and I don't know if somebody did or didn't. But if you did call the police, that's great. But if you're dealing with this on a regular basis, we do need y'all to call, and we'll go deal with it. You know, when we do get the calls, we go out there and we deal with it in the park. There's no reason why you should have to live and deal with those things interfering with your home life and stuff like that. So please call us.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. All right.
Name is Albert Alcocer.
Good evening,
Live
Mr.
1H
Alcocer.
Drive. Hear me? I really like this idea. Michelle, you did a great job. I think I would like to see it larger, though. And the reason being, my wife takes me around to look at the swimming pools there in the summer, and I see that they're not being used properly. There's very few customers. 1 car, 2 cars in the parking lot, less than 10 kids playing in the water. So I say, well, if we have 1 pool and we wanted another swimming pool, would it pass right now? I don't think so. But thinking along the same lines, if we got rid of that 1 pool and use that for the splash area, then maybe it would help on the plumbing and also grow that pattern a little bit better. It'd be more usable. You have more versatility, right? And I like the progressive thinking. I think it's a real plus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very good.
When the people moved in, when that first pool went in, they were very happy to be there because their kids would just go across the street. I love it. Well, now those kids are gone. And now the papas are like me. We're old. And we don't want noise. So let's do the flip, right?
Sure.
So don't give up.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alcocer.
Mayor, if I can just address one thing that Mr. Alcocer said, because I forgot about it, and I meant to do it early on, but I wanted to thank Ms. Alonso, because had the city sent this out to get these drawings and these schematics done, we would be talking tens or $20,000. I'm not sure. I would be talking a lot of money. So
She gave me a sketch with a pencil. I handed those to our engineer and said, can you make this legible?
okay, I thought she did that part. Okay, so the engineers did that based on her sketches. Okay, all right, very good.
Okay.
I was thinking to myself, that is a lot of work and a lot of money.
It was a very interesting sketch.
That's funny. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Alonso.
Edward Alonso, Canterfield. I studied architecture. And when my wife showed me this first sketch, I was surprised and extremely impressed with the thought and design and community centeredness of this park. And as somebody said earlier, this is a macro issue. This is a citywide issue. It's not just this small area. This is adjacent to two major city parks, the Pool and Raymond Rimkus. Today I talked with a community organizer from San Antonio. He told me that the only way for us as Leon Valley to succeed was to take on the identity of San Antonio. He said we didn't have enough people, enough to offer. How many times have our citizens said, I live in San Antonio, when describing where they live? And when I look at the numbers like 854 and 7.6%, I wonder. If you don't remember those numbers, they're from the election. About 854 people voted, or 7.6% of our population. Why? Why do we have such a low turnout? Perhaps it comes down to identity. We have a rich history, but few places to learn about it. We have a rich culture with folklorico, folk dance, and off-road RC racing. We need more monuments to our history, more cultural exhibitions, more places to meet, more art to see, and more Leon Valley. We need to build Leon Valley, not just as a business hub, but also as a cultural hub. This park is one step towards encouraging our citizens to say proudly, I live in Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All righty. I think that's it. So, what is the direction, or should if somebody had said we didn't, I think it was you, Ms. Cooley, said we just didn't get enough people, and I think Mr. Godsey, you said that too. I don't know. Should we expand that, do a survey? I don't know. I'm just trying to follow up with a couple of ideas that came through some of the discussion.
I think one thing that the council needs to know, it's just kind of interesting, we're going to present it the 30th or the 17th, I can't remember, but we did a survey to citizens in the Lion's Roar, which everybody gets. We got 30 responses. It cost us $1,200 or $1,300. It cost us almost $50 a response. And so it's not like we're not reaching out, but that was an expensive way to reach out to get 30 responses.
And was that on the park?
That was on the animals.
The animals.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not like us usually. We usually get a big response survey-wise. I mean, I've always, like,
If
at
it's
least 10%.
something fun, everybody sends it
okay.
in.
But animals?
When it's boring, it's like,
Okay. All right. So
There
you think it
was
was more
not
that? So you
much
think it was more like
interest.
the topic?
There just wasn't
okay.
interest.
There wasn't any
Mhm.
interest.
So I just want to throw that out there that that's like the number one way that we can communicate directly, because we know we only have certain people's email addresses, but we have every resident's address. So
Mhm.
everybody gets a Lion's Roar.
Mhm.
Everybody got a survey, 30 back.
Yeah, I was going to say that the coffee that we had in April, I mean, we had about 70 people here. That's a good turnout for a coffee, because we usually have about 100 at the town hall meeting. These are the people that really want to, come and so, anyway, it might not have seemed like there were very many people, but there was a lot of people at that coffee. So, yes, anyone else? Okay, so what's the pleasure of the council? This is the first read was held on March the 5th, so this is the second read. You can take action or table it or whatever y'all would like to see happen here. I think you've heard a lot of input.
Mayor, I would like to start some action on part that I feel is pretty much agreed, and I would like to move that we work on fixing up the restrooms and putting the shrubbery around the three parts of the lot in the back and along Peach Street and along Pass Road. And once that's done, that we come back for the remainder of it and maybe do a follow-up. Hopefully it can be done before January, and do a follow-up in January at the town hall. That's a long motion, but
Like phase 1 and phase 2? Is that what you're saying? Kind of a phase 1 and then a phase 2? Okay, and I had a question. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Melinda, if you put the shrubbery all around, can you develop the interior?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's not going to inhibit, any kind of equipment getting in there. I didn't know.
There's several posts that
Okay.
block this lot from the pool lot right now, so we could take those posts out and that basketball hoop that's there and access the lot from this entry point here.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure about that. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to move to fixing up the restrooms and putting the shrubbery in these, as indicated on the map, I guess is the best way to say it, kind of as a phase 1 with a follow-up to come back to determine what phase 2 would be at the town hall meeting. Is that correct?
well, as a point of clarification, I think just along the back.
When you say the back, what is that?
The back is where
Where the
B behind the
amphitheater
little
is?
theater.
Okay.
And, which I'm going to start calling it the little theater. The, behind the little theater,
Okay.
along Peachtree
And
and
Pass.
along Pass
Okay.
Road, until the rest, so not the fill-ins until there's something in there.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So we'll just take it slowly, phase 1, and then we'll talk about phase 2 at the town hall meeting, which is the last Saturday in January. I think it's January 24th, 2020, around that time for next year. So
What I'll do is
yes.
get the design for the restroom done first, and then come back and get a budget adjustment based on what he thinks it's going to cost.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you all for all of the input. I think this was a great discussion as we move forward. Moving then to agenda item number 7.2. Ms. Pesley, this is the second read. Would you please read that ordinance?
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council authorizing the amendment of the general fund budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $4,800 to provide proper funding, providing for providing proper funding, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have any updates on this particular agenda item? All right, very good. So that was the list of items that the Earthwise Living Committee would like to purchase with the remaining budget money that they have for this fiscal year. I just want to make a note that last fiscal year, we gave the city money back because we didn't do this. So we learned the hard way. Get organized, get what you need. So anyway, what's the pleasure of the council?
I move that we approve item 7.2 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to approve agenda item 7.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to the regular agenda, 8.1. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that agenda item, which is these are first reads. And good evening, Maribel.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the 4th of July budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $24,615 to provide funding for the Leon Valley 4th of July event, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So the purpose of this item is to request approval for a budget adjustment in the amount of $24,615 to accommodate the expenses of our 4th of July event. So our revenues, we had $50,427, and our expenditures total $70,615. But we only budgeted $46,000 on our 4th of July line item. So just a little, again, background on the expenditures for our park setup and staging, $48,323. Festival entertainment, $18,447. Advertising and signage, $6,846, and then miscellaneous items, $4,999. So with the total of $70,615.
Maribel, can I ask you on the park setup, does that include like the fencing?
Correct.
And the stage?
Porta potties.
Porta potties,
Correct.
okay,
Yes,
okay, thank you for that.
And our monetary sponsors with a total of $40,500. So we had the LVED and CD Advisory Committee and Sierra, Leon Valley Storage, Tiger Sanitation, Miracle Body and Paint, Just Smash and Lemonade, and Randolph Brooks. Revenues, total revenues from what Ashley presented a couple of weeks back, so it was $9,927. That had to do with our wristbands, beverage sales, our beer sales, and booth rentals. So a budget adjustment in the amount of $24,615 is needed to accommodate the expenses for our 4th of July event. And because this will be covered by our sponsorships, this will not come out of the fund balance for the upcoming budget adjustment. So it would be based off all of the revenues that the city made and the sponsorships. Staff recommends approval of budget and city council discretion. And it does align with our C statement.
Okay.
And it's time for questions.
All right. And so this was 2019. We didn't have an event in 2018. What was our total revenue and expenses in 17? How does it compare?
I don't have those numbers for 17, but I can definitely come back and
because we didn't have it last year, so we did. And,
right, we only had the
right.
The soapbox derby event last year
Right.
and the parade, but we didn't have the festival part of it.
But this budget didn't include fireworks because we got them from
Correct.
18 forward to 19.
Yes, ma'am.
So
And there's also a big discount for our rides as well, for the carnival rides
Okay.
because of last year's rainout.
okay, so fireworks runs around 15,000.
Yes, ma'am, somewhere around there.
Okay,
Yes.
so that would be for next year. We'd have to include that 15 that we don't have an expense this year, right?
Well, there was an increase
Expensive.
in the 4th of July, so we would have to see what that price would be. But yes, it's
Oh, it could be greater than
Correct.
15. I see. But that was the one major expense that we didn't have to pay for this year because they
Correct.
just forwarded it to us since we got a cancellation.
and then
in 18.
a small discount, or actually a big discount for our rides.
Okay.
There was about a 40% discount, if I'm not mistaken.
And how much did the rides cost total with the discount?
With the discount, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around 13,000.
Okay.
And that was with the discount.
Okay. All right. So that's something we could look at for next year. Okay. Any other questions on the budget adjustment? Could you get that comparison?
Yes, ma'am. I can definitely do that.
On the 17? I'm just curious, is our revenue and expenses staying the same? Or, how is it changing over the the last couple of years?
I know from looking at
Mhm.
just from our previous, our expenses when it comes to other contracts have increased based on porta potties and brides for sure definitely have increased prices. And even I just received a couple of weeks ago another email that the fencing is also going to increase on prices.
Oh, okay.
So every year the businesses do increase, which is why we did have a increase in our budget for fiscal year 2020. But I can
Okay.
definitely have that comparison for you next council meeting.
And maybe what you anticipate for next year, how much more money.
Right.
I think that's important as far as budgeting goes. Okay. Anyone else have questions for Maribel on the 4th of July adjustment? And you said this money then would come from the sponsorship and not from the general fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, any other questions from our residents and visitors in the chambers this evening? Okay, thank you so much. Do appreciate it, and we'll have our second read next meeting. Ms. Pasley, 8.2, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council adopting rules of conduct and decorum for public meetings and hearings held by the City Council and any board or commission of the council. I'm sorry, that part was struck. So please strike that. So by the City Council, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date. Denise, can you note that?
Sorry?
The note, can you note that the boards and commissions was struck last time?
Yes. Yes. Good evening.
Good
Mayor
evening,
and
Ms.
Council.
Frederick.
You had requested the last time when we were doing it, we went over the rules of conduct and decorum, and you guys had a consensus on what you wanted to change and what you wanted added, and that's what I did here. Also, there were some changes while I was out on personal leave. So one of the changes that was made was the members of public to be heard instead of citizens to be heard. So that was one of the changes right here. Can you move up? Move this. And then also, I was under the impression I guess I got confused, but I had put 5 minutes, but it was changed back to 3 minutes. So Sandra listened to the replay of what y'all had come to the consensus on, and you said that you wanted it to be on to bullet 2, to have allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to provide comments during the members of the public to be heard.
I didn't remember.
Is that not what you wanted, or is that what the consensus was?
Yes, it was 3 minutes across the board.
Okay. And then I think, can you move it up just a little bit more? Go up. All the way.
While you're doing that, I can, Mayor, by your expression, I can
Yes.
just tell you, it was originally 5, but then Councilor Bradshaw was okay with it being 3 when it was going to be allowed to have citizens speak before, during, and after the meeting. Then he was okay with the 3 minutes. Then it was consensus to do 3.
Okay.
So also just wanted to bring to your attention that Section 1 of this ordinance provides for the rules of conduct and decorum. And I believe that Section 2 was added, that there shall be no personal attacks on staff and members. Can you go down just a little bit more? A little bit more. No, down. Up. Right there. So my suggestion, because Section 2 is part of the rules of conduct and decorum, that be moved, instead of being Section 2 in this ordinance, that it be moved to under number 6 and the first bullet under number 6, because these are the rules of conduct and decorum under Section 1. Go ahead and go down more. You can see right here where then it follows giving legislative rule that such rules shall be administered by the presiding officer of the city council,
and so on and so forth. So everything from there looks good legally, but just it would just be my legal advice to move Section 2 to under 6, the first bullet under number 6 in Section 1. Is that okay with everybody?
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe the last time Councilor Rodriguez had asked the question, what happens if the presiding officer does not enforce the rules of conduct and decorum? The members of the governing body as a whole can then vote. If the presiding officer doesn't enforce the rules, then the governing body as a whole can do that. So I just wanted to make that clear. Also, the governing body as a whole can remove somebody if the mayor or the presiding officer does not, and if that person is having a disorderly conduct and not following your rules of conduct and decorum, that person can be removed by the body as a whole if the presiding officer doesn't enforce that rule. Also, and that would include any members of City Council. So I'll stand for questions.
I just would like, I got an email and I can't find it, but Ms. Johnson had emailed me saying that she was in favor of the 5 minutes. And I guess I'd like some flexibility on that. As far as 3 minutes, if somebody needs extra time, I'd like, as the presiding officer, to be able to give that to them and not be, cut off, because they're not finished.
Flexibility, Mayor?
So I think that's real important if we're going to keep it to 3 minutes.
You can put that language in the rules of decorum and conduct, but it is your discretion as the presiding officer to provide extra time if you so desire.
Yeah. And the phrase "members of the public to be heard," I've never seen that in any of the meetings I've gone to.
I can explain that. I can explain it.
Okay, let me finish. MPO, ACOG. I mean, it doesn't matter. All of the, and I don't know why we're changing it. What's the purpose?
Number one, it's a new rule. If you look at the state law, that's exactly the term they use. Number two, citizens, the term, as we've seen it nationally and everywhere, there are many residents who are not citizens, in quote, and they would be precluded under that term if somebody wanted to be strict. Number three, businesses are not citizens and or residents for the most part. And number four, you have people from other areas. So anyway, if you look at the new state law that took effect September 1st, it's the term they used, and I think it's because it's very inclusive, which is our intent.
Counselor Alcazar, do you have the citation for that state law?
Well, I have the copy, which...
Okay, if
Yeah,
I
I
could get that
haven't seen
from you and then report back to you guys.
The next one.
Advise you on the second read on that.
You want me to read it to you, or you just want me
No,
to...
I just want to take a look when I can get a chance, and then I can advise you on the second read.
I guess what I hear you saying is that all of the entities that have public meetings are going to need to change it to this word.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying? That's my question. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look
if you
at
can
that.
look at that,
Yes,
because. Okay, thank you.
What's one other thing? Trying to think. All right.
I have
Is there anything else you want to change? Or?
I'm not sure where we stand. I have a few other things.
I think something I'd like, and I don't know if it needs to be added, but, just the way that we conduct our meetings, if you want to speak, you need to go through the presiding officer. You need to raise your hand and not just blurt out. I don't know if we have to say that, but it just moves for a
Well, you can guide that as presiding officer, or we can write it in. It's within your discretion.
yeah.
You want to write it in? You want to put it in there?
Yeah, I think it's important that we have one here that says that you don't speak until another council member has twice, which I think is really important too. So you don't want one person just dominating. You want to hear from everybody.
And I was trying to think, I can't remember whether it's in the charter or not, whether or not that specific language is in there. I think it is. I have to look at the charter to see whether during city council that anyone speaking before the governing body has to be recognized by the presiding officer.
Okay.
So I'll take a look at that. If it's in the charter, we don't need it in this, but if it's not, I'll put it in here.
I've got the charter. I'll look at it too. Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles?
Well, as the mayor said, I also that was one of my suggestions, was prior to speaking, a council member must be recognized by the presiding officer. And then during council meetings, councilors will refrain from personal character references with fellow council members. I thought that should be added.
I thought that was, we put that in there.
That was the personal attacks.
That's number 2.
But is that personal attacks from among the council members?
I think that applies to anybody. There shall be no personal attacks on staff, but if you want to.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay.
And then, do we need to place in here somewhere about placing items on the agenda? What's the process of that is?
No, that's definitely in the charter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on section, on this information that was passed out, where it still says that the public to be heard, they submit written comments at 5 p.m. Are we going to leave that in there?
Where is that? Which one is that?
It's the very
'Cause
first.
It's on the back of the front page,
I thought I took that out.
page 2.
It's
Number 1.
Oh, I believe that's if they don't want to come before a governing body to speak. If they don't want to come before a council, they can submit written comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
by email, regular mail, or fax.
We've actually gotten some communication that way, so I think that's a good way of including people who are watching at home.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, Mayor, can we add there then, if you're unable to attend, maybe making that first bullet or the first item a little bit more clear?
Okay. I can do that.
Okay, and do we actually need to have a 5 p.m. deadline? I mean, is
It's
that?
up to you.
I mean, we don't start till 6.
It's
but
not any statutory
No.
rule or anything.
Is that an issue for you, Ms. Posley?
It does help me to make sure that I mean, if I don't check it after 5, then somebody might not get their comment in.
All right.
I would hate for somebody to miss it because I didn't check after 5.
Okay. Just need to get that word out, you know. So, yes, Ms. Alcacer, and then Mr. Alonso would like to hear from you as well.
Okay. Under 2, and Mayor, this may help under your points, I don't think that the bullets that would be the 4th and 5th bullets, I don't think we've ever enforced that in the many years I've been attending meetings. I'm not sure that we need that.
Which one?
About the 30-minute limit for.
Which one under the rules?
It's under 2.
Okay.
And it would be the bullets 4 and 5. The 30-minute limitations.
No, we don't. I mean, we just hear from people.
Right.
Like we did tonight. I mean, that took probably, 35
To take
minutes.
that out?
So I would prefer to take it out.
Change it? You want to take it out or change it? Consensus from you guys?
What do you all think?
I think take it out. Yeah, I don't.
The presiding officer can, if it goes on too long, I'm sorry, but it goes on too long, or whatever you determine is too long, you can ask people to be more brief in the interest of.
Right, or if there's a lot of repetition, we've already heard it, then we can, kind of move on from there, that kind of thing, so, okay.
Take it out?
Take it out.
Please.
Okay.
My next item is under 3. It says it placed at 6 p.m. I think adding or the beginning of the scheduled business meeting, because sometimes they're not at 6.
Okay. You want to put beginning instead of 6 p.m.?
No, just adding or.
6 p.m.
Or the beginning, 6
Oh,
p.m.
6
or the
p.m.
beginning.
Okay, 6 p.m. or beginning.
And my next one is under 6. It looks like it's 3 strikes, and I think it should be 2 strikes. I think the first one should be the warning, and the second one required to leave by the presiding officer, and then maybe making the third one, if the presiding officer doesn't take action, that's where the council members can do it, instead of doing
Okay, so, okay, I'm confused as to what.
Okay, we're saying, well, hey there, stop this. That in itself should be the warning.
Okay.
So, to me.
So take out bullet number 2? Or take out bullet number 1?
No, make bullet number 1 the warning,
Okay.
make bullet number 3 into 2, and then the third bullet would actually be if the presiding officer fails to do it, the council members can do it, or however you were wording it earlier.
Okay.
I'd just like to make a comment. I did actually get an email from a citizen last week who said, and we've checked the video, and I've got to follow back up with her, but she thought you heard you say something about Mr. Bradshaw, which I didn't hear, but it ends up that it wasn't. But in other words, I've got to hear it in order to call it down. So just bear with me. I mean, I'm not gonna, and I don't think we've had any issues. I really don't. So I think for the most part, everybody's been pretty civil, but I got to hear it too. And so in other words, I didn't hear that comment. So she said, "Mayor, you should have called him down." I'm like, okay, and I apologize because I said I'm sorry I didn't hear it, but anyway, you didn't say it, so that was we cleared that up. But so I don't know how to handle that, but I think we usually have during the 312 hearing, I actually had Assistant Police Chief Saucedo there, so he kind of helped monitor the situation. But that was because that was very charged atmosphere. But I don't know. So just. Yeah, if I don't hear it, just let me know, because I sometimes I do not hear it, because up here I can't hear everything that goes back there. So I don't know how I
How do
do
you
that.
want to address that? Do you want to address that in the rules of conduct as with one of the council members asking you to take action, and if you don't take action, then they can make a motion to enforce the rules? Or how do you want to address that at all here? Or because, like you say, sometimes you don't hear what's going on, somebody else may, and they don't feel as if you're enforcing the rules. So I don't know how you want to.
I don't know. It's not an intentional disrespect for the rules of conduct, is what I'm
Right.
trying to say. And
it's
it
not-
did come up during the 312 hearing that somebody said something. Again, I didn't hear it, and neither did Assistant Chief Saucedo. So we both missed the comment.
Right.
And then somebody came up to me and said, "You didn't hear this," and I'm like, I'm sorry. Sometimes it's very low and under their breath, and you can't hear. And so, again, no disrespect, but so how do I handle that? Yes.
Shall we simply just bring it to your attention?
Yeah, bring it to my, I mean, again, we need to work together on
Wanna
civility, and
include
I think that's what we're
bringing
doing.
that to the I'm sorry, Mayor, I cut you off. Do you want to include bringing the situation to the mayor's attention in the rules of conduct, or you just want to leave it just at your discretion?
I think it's common sense that we should just leave it to y'all's discretion. I mean, I just don't think I'm going to, I mean, the way this is starting to, like, I don't ever call anybody out. I mean, I just don't think it's been a problem. So, anyway, yes, Mr. Hody.
Yeah,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think that's right. I just need to know what the decorum is for telling you that. I mean, do we raise our hands? Do we just walk over and whisper?
It would
and tell you?
Do a
I'm
little,
sorry, Counselor.
Sign language.
Mayor
Yeah.
and Counselor Hody, it would be a point of order for you to say, Mayor, point of order.
Okay.
Such and such is happening. Can you please enforce the rules of conduct, or however you want to put it?
I think we can do that, because sometimes, I mean, I'm trying to listen, take notes. I mean, you're trying to multitask here, and it doesn't, doesn't mean that I'm trying to be disrespectful to the chambers for not calling somebody out. So, yeah. Sure. One of our city secretaries, I don't know if y'all knew her, Marie Foyt's, wonderful lady, and she was here for quite some time. This was before we had but she had put in front of everybody's place at the dais, she just put one word, and it was called civility. That's all she put. And as a reminder, with civility. And I think we ought to be positive and not negative, to be honest with you, because we're a wonderful community, and we all mean well. I don't think we mean to, but like you say, it gets heated, and it's tough sometimes. But anyway, so that's what she did, and that was great. So, and then I also had a box that Randall Wallace made, and I don't know where it went, but it went to file 13. But it was where each counselor could punch a button at their desk, and it lit up, so I knew that you wanted to speak next. So I really wish I had something like that, because that really worked well. But when we redid the chambers, then it went out the window. So anyway.
That would be on a topic on another agenda.
Okay, there you go. Am I getting off of that? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you I started going off. Okay. All right, anything else on the rules? I apologize for that. Okay. Yes, I'd like to hear from Mr. Alonso, and I thought we had somebody else that wanted to speak as well. Yes. Mr. Alonso, good evening. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, Edward Alonso, Canterfield. You guys were earlier talking about the 5 p.m. cutoff that we previously have had. And I'm wondering, maybe it's not something that you adopt now, but something you consider in the future, is that since we do televise this effectively through the internet, if we could use a messaging system to message our team and have them be able to read out letters from members of the public who are not able to be present. At my work, we do it, and it's pretty effective at being able to answer questions or stuff like that.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. And didn't we have that before, where somebody had emailed you during a city council meeting?
We do that already.
Okay.
The 5 o'clock, that's been
5
in there
o'clock
since 2013 when the resolution first was adopted. So the 5 o'clock deadline has not changed. That's nothing new. That's why it's nothing that the public would have to get used to. That's always been there. But you can email now. Will I see it? I can't guarantee it, because if I'm busy, I mean, I am working here, so I can't promise that I'll see it. But a lot of times people, will send them before the meeting starts, and then, yes, I read them out loud. Or give them, they'll say, could you have the mayor read this out loud, or the city manager, which we do that.
Okay, so via email, regular mail, or by fax is what it says. But during the meetings, who do they address it to?
I do check my email while I'm here,
So
but
it would be
it's not always guaranteed that I'll catch
Sandra
that.
or is it SPASS
No,
at Leon
ma'am,
Valley?
the ordinance actually has one for the public to send it. What is
Oh,
it, Crystal?
okay.
Citizens of Leon Valley.
Okay, and it will come
something.
directly to you during the meeting.
Correct, because I'm not
Okay.
always going to be here, you know.
Okay, do we need to put that in there? Do we need to add that?
in
since
there.
we've-
It's in, but it says Leon Valley citizens.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Right.
Okay, very
You
good.
didn't want to put it under me because then you have to change it if I leave.
Yeah, I see it. But then it tells me that you only have till 5 p.m. to do that, rather than saying, or anytime during the meeting, right? Isn't that what I'm hearing? That anytime during the meeting, somebody can email you at Leon Valley Citizens at leonvalleytexas.gov with a
can.
question or comment. Oh, you may not get to see
But
it.
that's what, the 5 o'clock, like I said, has been there since 2013, when the city council first adopted these, you know, the resolutions.
Right. See, I guess I was thinking that it was be more interactive, like our citizens coming up during the meeting to talk on an issue, then they could email you during an issue and you could respond. But you're saying that that's not always possible because you don't, you
Right,
can't.
because I'm in.
Yeah, you're
in a
here
truck
and you
I'm
can't
working
be,
and,
you
right.
can't be looking at your email or the email Leon Valley Citizens. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah,
Maybe
I
we
wish,
could- maybe
wish we
we
could.
could do a Roman numeral 4, just saying if it's done during the meeting, it may or may not get
Considered.
heard, but will be dealt with at a future date.
Can I make a suggestion?
You may.
Okay. Mayor and council, why don't we allow them to be able to email or fax during the first read of any item during the city council, not to have it in by 5. And then on the second read, you can hear what their suggestions are before you make your decision, before you deliberate. You can hear all of them at that time, and that would be their deadline is the first, by the end of the first read of an item on the agenda.
Another thing we can do internally is, I'm constantly emailing up here. I have the city's email up right now. So we could include me on the chain, the city manager, Leon Valley Citizens, and then that way, if she doesn't get them, I'll get them.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
I'm constantly on this email up here, so.
All right. I would just like it to be a little bit more interactive for the people that are online at home. Yeah.
So maybe just take off the time altogether.
Yeah. Just take off the time. Okay.
So do you want to just have it for the first read, or do you want to make it for both reads? For an ordinance?
Well, if she takes out the time, then we don't need, you don't
Yeah.
need to even include that, but,
Well,
because it would be, it would just be done.
Well, in most of our second reads, it's just a matter of a motion and a second, and so we don't have as much discussion as we do on the first read.
Right.
So anyway, might just.
Okay, so you just want to take out the time?
I think so.
And add Ms. Kinsler to the email chain.
Okay. Mr. Yarnell, you have something to say. Thank you, Ms. Frederick. And Mr. Yarnell, what are your
Thank you, Mayor and
thoughts?
Council. I'd like to address the issue of the presiding officer being able to hear everything that goes on at the dais. It's not possible. As chair of the zoning commission for 4 years, I was able to use the vice chairs that sat next to me, and they would tell me, turn here or turn here. And I had a detailed discussion with Ms. Sandra about what I thought I said and what was on the tape. And she told me she told me that she has to put down what is on the tape. So you cannot keep track of everything. Now, as talking about the box you used to have, for some reason that was eliminated. I don't know why.
Well, it was the remodeling.
During the remodeling,
Yeah,
yes, during
that's
the
what
remodeling,
happened.
it
It
was
went away
eliminated.
after the remodeling.
And it was to a
Yeah.
surprise of all of us. We're on
'Cause
the
it was very
we're on the
good.
Bond Oversight Committee, where did this go?
Yeah.
Somebody made a decision. If you get this back, it's a very easy process. Whoever's sitting over here, right and left of you, punches a button and it shows up on your screen.
Right.
Now, if you had an emergency situation where they want to get in quickly, maybe you can, this has got to be available. It's not something that's not available. So
Okay,
you
maybe we
need
can look
help
for
in the
one.
position of a presiding officer.
All right, thank you. Yes. Off topic? Oh, yeah. Oh, she was trying to, as far as, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I know, it was off the topic, yeah. Sorry about that. Uh-oh. 3 slashes with the wet doodle, okay.
Council,
All right.
Mayor and Council, do y'all have anything else for rules of conduct and decorum?
Yes. Abraham, how are you? Good to see you. Fine, thank you. So you have some,
Yes, ma'am.
you've been on this side, so you know.
That's
How are
why
you? Abraham
that's why I
Diaz
came
on
up here.
Rimkus, right?
Yes, Abraham Diaz, Seneca 2 area. I served on the city council 2013 and 2015. This was actually brought up during my session when I was on about the 5-minute, 3-minute rule. And it was a big thing back in there. We as a council moved it to 3 minutes, and I can point fingers of the people who were here who lined up and said, no, my right is 5 minutes. And so I want to know what's changed between back then and now. You know?
Yeah.
If I can remember, Councilor Alcacer, you were on this side screaming for 5 minutes, you know?
If I may answer, Mayor.
It's my turn.
Okay, let him finish, yeah, and then you can answer.
We went and discussed about trying to move the meeting along faster, and we had people come up here. Again, I can point fingers at people, you know, who were on here saying 5 minutes is my 5 minutes, my right, my right. You fought for 5 minutes. Now we want to go back to 3 minutes where we had it already, you know? So I don't understand. You know, it was done back then. Should have kept it at 3 minutes back then. But citizens didn't want it. They wanted 5 minutes. Okay? That's why I'm back up here again and say, this is deja vu all over again. You know?
I agree.
5 minutes is 5 minutes. Code of conduct, I sat up on there when I was belittled and I was this and that, you know? It's part of this. It's part of what you sign up for, you know? Yes, I know there should be respect, but sometimes there's not. But sometimes you do get citizens up here that are upset and mad and want to be able to express themselves. You know, I sat there and I was called a cheater, a liar, and my integrity was all this, you know. But you know what? That's what I signed up for. Okay, 5 minutes should stay at 5 minutes. That's what you fought for. That's what the citizens wanted back then. At this point, I don't know what has changed. So I say leave it at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
I agree. Thank you. Ms. Alcacer.
It was the issue, as I recall, it had to do with the sign-up sheet. Never really the amount of time, because almost nobody was ever cut off. But the sign-up sheet was the primary problem.
Okay. Mr. Martinez? Yes.
Andy Martinez, Seneca.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with everything he just said. I was on council when this topic came about. Before, you had to sign up. They wanted, the previous council, before I got elected, you had to sign up before the council meeting started in order to speak. They wanted to really limit the people's ability to speak. And Councilor Alcazar was very adamant about the 5 minutes. What's changed? Other than the ugly 312 hearing, now you guys want to limit public speech. That's all this is. The 312 hearing you guys want to limit the public's ability to speak. Thank you.
Well, what I understood the city attorney to say, that it's going to be up to the presiding officer if somebody needs more time than 3 minutes, because I would like to see it up to 5 minutes, because you know people don't usually take 5 minutes, but sometimes they need that time, so I'd like to see it up to 5 minutes. But the consensus of my colleagues was 3 minutes across the board, that I guess I missed. anyway, at the last meeting. But anyway, but if the presiding officer has that flexibility to enable somebody to have a little bit more time, then I'm okay with that, and I'll try to work with the person that needs to express themselves, because it's very important that we hear them. So thank you. All right. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Hody.
Ms.
Councilor Hody.
Pasolay, on the emailed in ones, is there anything that says, or maybe I should be asking our attorney, that the person has to identify themselves? I mean, if it just comes in from, Jack in the Box at email, whatever,
Well,
because we have to when we get up to speak.
Right.
So that's what
exactly
I was
the
wondering
point. Yes, Mayor and Councilor Hody, that's exactly the point. If, in my opinion, if you're going to require people who come up to the podium to speak to give their name and where they live for the record, then that should also be required of whoever's sending in comments. So they're part of the citizenry, and we need to have a record of who is saying what.
Okay. We'll need to add that then, because it's not there.
Okay.
Do y'all agree? I mean, it's not there. Yeah. Okay. That was a good point. Okay. Because I always wonder.
I mean, they don't have to give their email address.
No,
That's
no,
private,
no.
but just their name and where they live. Yeah.
Mhm. And it could be the general, Forest Oaks or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and if we need to respond to them, exactly. All right, Miss Chasen, you're next.
Hi,
Hi.
Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks. I'm just a little bit confused. You were talking about Section 2. If it's moved to 6 on the rules of decorum? Okay. If we do that, does this, clarify this for me if you can, does this apply to the seated council as well to the citizens?
Mayor and Council, I would change it from saying members of the public to members of the public and City Council and staff and whoever. I'd just add everybody.
I think it should be applicable to everyone, definitely.
Yeah, I do, because of what I've specifically stood up here on 2 other occasions and asked for a public apology from a seated council member as well as a paid employee of the city to apologize to the citizens, the council, and to you, Mayor. And I have yet to have any of that answered or shown. No public apology. Everybody goes on just like business as usual. That's not right. If it's going to apply to everybody and civility has to be held accountable to everyone, then why not seated members of the council as well as employees?
Okay. Does the council agree with, believe you were saying that you felt it should be all-inclusive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else? All right. All right, so that was the first read, so we'll put that on for the next meeting, which is the 17th of September. Then moving to agenda item 8.3, discussion and possible action on the selection on final designs for 2 electronic message centers signs previously commissioned by the City Council to be constructed at 6401 Bandera Road and at the 7200 block of Bandera Road as gateway signage. Mr. Milan, good evening and welcome.
Mayor and Council, thank you. In March, the City Council authorized the City Manager to enter into an agreement with CEIS Incorporated. They are a signage company that is here this evening, and they're here to answer any questions. And so what the council did back in March was authorize the city to enter into an agreement with them to construct 2 electronic message board gateway type of signs at both the north end and the south end of Leon Valley. The north end being generally around the proximity of the Diamond Shine Car Wash lockaway storage, and the south end being sort of where our current monuments are in the median, but over actually on the private property. The south one being over near or on the CJC Life Church property. And so what that agreement generally said, and the city attorney worked on that, and she can answer any questions in more depth about that agreement. What the agreement generally said was that the CEIS would pay 100% to construct the signs, 100% to maintain the signs, and in exchange, the city of Leon Valley would have free airtime to air public messages such as city meetings, events, and other community-based type of messaging, such as Amber Alerts or Silver Alerts or any type of city council meetings, special events within the park, 4th of July. And so that agreement was already authorized, and the applicant, or the CEIS Incorporated, Kyle and Tony are here and can talk a little bit more about that. And since then, they've been making progress. However, the next step in the process, before the signs are constructed, they need to go through a design process. And in a case like this, since they're government oriented and they serve a public purpose, and my understanding, because of the nature of the contract, they're exempt from the city's zoning requirements as well as the city's signage requirements. And so, since they're exempt, as a planning director, I don't have any type of design kind of basis or design regulations to evaluate these signs by. And because they're government signs, that wouldn't really be an issue, because I technically wouldn't need to issue a permit on it. However, because these signs are adjacent to Bandera Road, which is a state-controlled roadway, and because they are advertising things that occur off-site, sort of like a billboard in nature, because of that, TxDOT requires the city to issue a permit and sign off on it, so TxDOT knows that the city's on board with it generally. And so the next step in the process is for my office, the Planning and Zoning Department, to potentially issue a permit. And because I don't have any design regulations to go by, I don't feel like it's my responsibility to make that executive decision. I think it's the council's responsibility. So that's what brings us to our purpose here tonight, is that representatives from CEIS have generated a few different designs. I'm going to go ahead and show those up here. And I think it's important that we get some feedback from the council, make sure the signs are headed in the right direction in terms of design, also in terms of scale, and also potentially location as well. So they've prepared a few different options for us. Here is this is option one. So they've employed some limestone material, some wood material, and some other acrylic materials. Here's option two. So the first option is a little bit more, not as symmetrical. Second option is a little bit more symmetrical, a little bit more monument style, a little bit less stone, a little bit more wood. And here's an option three. And so this is generally the design. And so they were real helpful, and they gave us some perspective on there. And so again, just my experience as a city planner, scale, location, all those kinds of things are really important to talk about before you go and construct something. So that's why we want to come out and have the conversation. So at the end of the day, everybody, council, citizens, everybody knows what to expect when the signs are ultimately start going up and are there displaying messages. So like I mentioned, they have not nailed down a location at the north end of town. They're still working on that. But here is the final location for the gateway sign at the south end of town. And so this is CJC Life Church right here. Everybody knows this is the old Chevron, which is a liquor store now. And they've been working with the property owners here, and I don't want to steal, they'll probably announce it, but they've been working with the property owners here, and they actually have coordinated with them to take down the canopy to provide more visibility to the sign. And I understand they're going to be bearing that expense as well. So here's a perspective shot of the gateway sign that would be located on the south end of the CJC Life property. I asked them to create some drawings showing the scale. That way everybody gets an idea of the scale if somebody were, say, standing next to it. So it's be a 21-foot tall sign, about 20 feet wide. So the billboard, the signage portion of it will be about 10 feet by probably about 18 feet. So again, want to make sure everybody understands the scale of it and the size, and also is clear on the materials as well. So those are the different options for this evening that they're presenting to y'all. So definitely just want to open up the floor and have a design conversation. Any concerns anybody has in terms of materials, and they're also here to answer any questions.
Ms. Charles.
So both of these signs are being placed on private property?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we have to pay? Does the city have to pay for that?
No, ma'am. The city doesn't pay anything. And so part of the agreement is that the city gets free airtime, but they pay 100% of the cost and pay all the maintenance, all the operations. But they will also be operating, or they'll be advertising private businesses as well. So it'll provide free airtime for the city, so he doesn't have to pay for that. But businesses in Leon Valley and the surrounding area will potentially be advertising as well, and I understand they'll be making their profits off of that.
Also, you were saying the south end and the north end, but the south end is beyond HEB.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I say the south end because that's where our current gateway sign is, so I'm thinking south end gateway. So, okay. But you are absolutely right. That is not the south end of town. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Councilor Rodriguez.
Mr. Milan, just a quick question. What are they going to be making this sign out of? My concern is, what if we have some obnoxious teenagers who like to vandalize, and they damage, if we go with, say, option 1, and they damage that portion of the sign that sticks out from the bricks or whatever?
I'll let them answer that question. I'd assume that they'd pay for it since it's their sign. Yep.
Yes, if you'll come on up, we are recording this meeting. And if you'll please state your name, please. Thank you.
Tony Lockridge.
Hi, Tony. Okay.
Yeah, if there's any vandalism, of course, we respond incredibly quickly. Any type of vandalism with any buildings or whatnot, it's the golden rule to get out there immediately, fix it so it doesn't replicate and spread. So we bear all the costs. So, if it's on the rock portion, it gets sandblasted. If it's on the wood portion, we likely will replace those particular panels or whatnot, but we would get out immediately and fix any type of vandalism. All the signs that we operate across the U.S., we've been very, very fortunate to not have these type of events, but if they did, we'll have a very, very quick response time to do so.
So is there y'all may come out 1 or 2 times a month, or, let's say, just God forbid, these kids are just really obnoxious and they just love to be vandalizing?
Continually happen, we would keep coming out.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alcacer?
I had thought they were going to be a two-way sign, but they're just a one-way sign.
This is both directions. The photo simulation has difficulty because of the current canopy on the neighboring property, that we couldn't do an effective photo sim because the canopy comes into view and the gas pumps themselves would come into view given that we're 50 feet off of the right-of-way. So the best photo sim was the left-hand view, but we will have the side on the other side, and that's why we're taking on the cost to open up the visibility to create a better gateway as well. When that canopy is gone, it's a win for everybody. It's a win for the city, and it's certainly a win for enhancing the visibility for the right read, for the inbound portion.
Okay, so you will be able to see it both ways.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, that's good. And then the other end, it's been 6 months and you still haven't gotten a commitment, or where are you on that?
That's correct. The development next to the mini storage, we wanted to wait until we could see exactly how it was laid out and what their landscaping plan is to see if there is a possibility of doing something. What happens when we're trying to place these, because of the low height that we're going for, is a lot of properties don't work. There's either other signage, or there's buildings, or there's trees, or various obstructions that it really limits. That's why a lot of these sign devices, they always try to go really, really tall, because that fixes the visual aspect. So it really brings down how many different properties qualify that actually would be effective to be seen and read.
So Where are you with that now?
We're still working for the second location.
Okay, and so you don't have any.
We don't have it locked down right now.
But can the first one go up
This is
without?
ready. Correct. We've been working with the power company, working out how to clean up the lines there, because you have the 2 rows with the gas station, so we're paying to have, some modifications made, underground power and whatnot. And then the second was negotiating with the canopy and offering to incur the cost to remove all of that and the pumps for them, and they were very excited that we were, willing to do that, and it's a win for everybody. So, and we just left that meeting earlier tonight.
So how long, if we were to approve it tonight, how long before this first one would go in?
So the next aspect is getting approval through TxDOT, which typically can be 30 to 60 days. So as soon as we get the approval from TxDOT, that's when we begin ordering and fabricating. So once we have that permit drop, that's the last step that allows us to say, okay, let's start fabricating the LED portion and getting the contractors lined up and all of that. So that's usually about 30 to 40 days after TxDOT approval, we would be breaking ground and ready to build. So we could be, 4 months away from going live.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilor Hody?
Question on the actual screen itself. I know most of us have probably driven down 410 or wherever and seen these, and sometimes they're kind of blinding. How often do you change the picture? If it says City Council meeting, September 3rd, is it just constantly rolling fast?
So it's really not fast at all. It's every 6 seconds. So it dwells for 6 seconds, and it's a static image, and then it instantly changes to the next image, and there's only 8 full slots. So every 48 seconds, you have the city message come up again.
Okay.
And then as for brightness, we have 3 different mechanisms of safety that dim it at nighttime. So during the day is the brightest the screens are because they're competing with the sun for ambient light. So they run by nits as the unit of measurement. So during the day it's 7,500 nits, but at nighttime they go all the way down to 350 nits, which is extremely dim because you're only working away from maybe a street light or something like that. So at nighttime, they're really non-problematic for brightness. I think where certain standards are not followed, if an LED sign doesn't have any of the lightness issues for on-premise signs, a lot of that tends to be the problem. Those are the ones that are more bright. In our industry, with all the light sensors and how we dim it down, if the artwork doesn't use more than 20% white, that also assists, and that's our program, is we don't allow any of the artwork to be more white, because to have white with LEDs, all 3 colors have to be turned on. The red, green, and blue have to be turned on and all the way up to get white. So that's where if you have a white background, you have a little bit more luminescence. So we restrict the white in the display.
Okay, and just one more quick question is, I can't think of how to describe it. Can you show motion on these like a waving flag? It's just a static sign, 6 seconds?
Absolutely. Okay. We're regulated by TxDOT rules and regulations, and there's no animation whatsoever. And that actually goes to the federal level as well, along primary highways and whatnot, no motion. So even the way the image changes to the next is a non-motion event.
Okay. Mr. Locker, I was wondering about free airtime. So a typical day, how many messages would Leon Valley get?
I believe
free
we have
messages?
roughly, I'm going to do the math in my head, roughly 2,100 impressions. So in a 24-hour period, because it's every 48 seconds and, however many hours, it all adds up. It's about, 2,100 times throughout the day that specific image would show up.
So more than once a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
every 48 seconds.
could it be a different free message?
Yes. So
how many
you're going to have
different
your
free
own
messages
login.
can we have? Yeah.
Unlimited.
Oh,
so
okay.
What happens is the city has their own portal, and you can have 5 different messages, 10, 15 different messages. And what it's going to do is minute 1, it'll be message 1. Minute 2, message 2. Minute 3, message 3, all the way through until it resets to begin again at message number 1.
Okay. Okay. So we have a real strong possibility to communicate a lot of different messages.
Of information,
I didn't
absolutely.
because we have a little sign on Evers in front of the library, and I only see 2 messages, the city council meeting and the farmer's market. I mean, I never see anything more. But of course, you're only driving but I was just wondering how many messages we could.
Correct, and when you have the local population traveling the
so
same way,
just,
if they don't see that one message the first day, they might see it the second day, et cetera, and then if they didn't see it, then their parent or, someone said, hey, did you see such and such?
And does it
they're
have
all
to
being
be
exposed.
programmed like a day before, or what if there's an emergency?
Go
Can
instant.
we? Can
Yeah,
do
if there's
instant.
emergencies,
So we can do like lane closure or vehicle accident
As
or.
soon as somebody can log in and put the words on there, it's very,
And
very
now,
fast.
where will that control be? Here at City Hall?
City, I give you a secure login that you're able to, and we train up however many people at the city that
Okay.
wants the training to be able to do it, or the chief of police wants also access as well. We'll train up as many people, provide as many login keys as necessary. It's
Okay.
very, very easy to do. It's the software is just state of the art. It doesn't take 15 minutes. Somebody's up and running.
Okay, and are these, on Bandera Road, would these be the first 2 signs in the Metroplex that you've put up, or have you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Very good. All right. Excellent. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Blackmore, you did have your hand up right away. So, and then we'll hear from other people, but Mr. Blackmore, I remember right up there. Yes, sir. What would you like to add to the conversation?
I'm Richard Blackmore. I'm a taxpayer here in Leon Valley. We discussed this, y'all discussed it in the past, about replacing the sign we had out in front of City Hall here. Ended up one going up at the library, and later we're going to put one here at City Hall. That's fine and dandy. These things look real pretty. Absolutely. It's a good idea. But I don't like the idea where they can interface with them, put advertisements for Joe's beer joint down the road or Sally's massage parlor down the other end. If it's solely for the city, I have no problems with it. If we're going to be spending money for this stuff, in some way, somehow, I know my tax dollar is going to pay for some of it. I don't mind putting one here at the City Hall. We should have a replacement for the old one. And I believe that's my 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blackmore. City Attorney Frederick has a response.
Yes, sir. Mr. Blackmore, in the contract, there are restrictions on what they can and can't advertise. So it wouldn't be anything profane or, I don't know what other word, lascivious. That's one of the restrictions that we have in the contract with them. Because the city is sponsoring, or not sponsoring, but the city is agreeing to having those signs posted in the city of Leon Valley.
Well, we had issues when the Reverend Price wanted to put his sign up about lighting, neighbors across the street, the brightness of the sign. It's a good sign. I like the sign there in Huebner. But don't like the idea of both ends myself. No, no, no.
Okay.
City Hall, by all means. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, if I may again, I believe in the people with the signage, CIS, is it CIS? They can respond as well, that they have control over the lighting aspect of it, how bright it's going to be. And if there are complaints, we can go to them and let them know that we're getting complaints from the citizens that the signage is too bright, and they can reduce that. Am I correct, Mr. Okay.
I have no problem. The city council decides whatever y'all going to decide. But y'all are not going to be here 20 years down the road or 10 years down the road. Maybe you will be. Mayor, you might still be here. I don't know. But things change. And we need to think of the future. Put one here at City Hall. I'm all for that. Replace the old one. Not at both ends.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, Heather. And what is your comment on this topic?
Hi, Heather again. I'm
coming up to ask a question regarding the sign committee. I know our current sign code ordinance actually prohibits LED signs, and we've suggested that we want to continue prohibiting the LED signs. I understand that as city council, the city can do whatever they want, and they don't necessarily have to abide by our city ordinance. But since this is going to be advertising for businesses in Leon Valley as well, and I don't know what else, how are we going to be able to enforce or to tell other businesses, no, you can't have an LED sign, but so-and-so gets to advertise on this sign, and that's okay? Like, it seems like there's going to be a huge conflict in the future.
Okay. Good point. Yeah. All right. I think Ms. Chasen's going to beat Ms. Baldridge, but that's okay. That's okay.
It's real quick, Aubrey.
Okay.
Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks. I just wanted to add one more thing. We also did height requirements for the signs so there would be continuity throughout the entire city, especially looking forward towards 10 years down the road, possibly for the boardwalk, whatever the corridor, whatever, everybody decides. But we also had a height requirement. 21 is over what we said. So that's another point.
What is the height requirement? Do you know?
I believe
Yeah. I mean, we should be consistent, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In our discussions with the Sign Code Committee, we're currently drafting up some draft proposed revisions, but in the discussions, the committee was looking at potentially increasing monument signs, multi-tenant monument signs for up to 20 feet on Bandera Road and limiting single-tenant monument signs to no more than 10 feet. So that provides you with a little bit of perspective. They recognize that some additional height, some additional visibility is necessary for larger, say, strip centers and larger tracks, since right now Leon Valley, and particularly Bandera Road, is still an auto-oriented corridor. Maybe long-term, once we get a new corridor, we start to see some redevelopment that's a little bit more pedestrian-oriented, a little bit more town center-oriented. When you become a destination, it's not as necessary for businesses to have visibility and signage. But as we're still very auto-oriented, it's important that we transition into that and make sure that we support existing strip centers. So that was the logic behind allowing monument signs to increase up to 20, because right now they're limited to 7 in the Sustainability Overlay District. So that's where the sign committee is headed.
Okay. Yes, and Ms. Baldridge.
Just to reiterate that because the city is a partner in this project and the city will have some control over the content of the signs, and will have messaging in the sign, public service messages. Because of that, it's basically a city sign, and all city signs are exempt from the city code. So I just wanted to reiterate that and make that clear.
Wow. Yes, Ms. Baldridge.
Irene Baldridge, 6368 Parsley Hill. I'm totally shocked because I feel traffic would be distracted. Maybe those of us that drive the streets every day wouldn't look at it, but can you think of people coming down the hill on the south side of Leon Valley and looking at that sign and all the traffic speeding by there? And the same thing on the other end. I believe that would cause accidents. Maybe not for a long time, but there's always new people coming. And I don't think we need distractions on this highway. It's scary many times because, take for instance that HEB up there on the hill. They're coming down that hill. And by the time they look at a sign and keep coming down the hill, the light's going to change. And the same thing on this other end. The hill is not, the height of the level of the street is more level, but the signs are great, but I'd rather see one at the library or on Everett's Road in that vicinity and at City Hall, like this gentleman's recommending. But traffic on Bandera is horrendous. And sure, sometimes it's stop and go, and they have time to read them. But those that go 50 miles an hour, it's going to cause accidents.
Okay. Thank
When
you for
I
those
saw
comments.
that, I got scared right away because I see them all the time coming down so fast when the traffic is not so heavy.
Exactly.
That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Locker, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of the reasons you're going to TxDOT is for state safety and distraction, correct?
Yeah, so.
I mean, that's my understanding. I serve on the MPO, and that's been a big issue.
So the federal government had to take on the studies for interstate highways and primary highways and all of that. And they had all the universities spend a great deal of time and statistics looking at all types of signage, on-premise signs, off-premise signs, blinking signs and flashing back in the 70s and neon and all of that. And what every study and every state has had to do it as well, and then local cities will have to do it, like San Antonio when they embraced LEDs for what it was doing for the signage program, was that every study has come back that there's not one statistical relevance of safety. And there was a study just released, I think in Switzerland, about a month ago that said, because LED signs are, of course, everywhere in the world now, is that it's actually statistically beneficial because since there's not added accidents from signage, that the safety messages that are on the signs actually have an impact of, bridge disaster ahead, divert here, or buckle up, or no texting and driving. All of these different messages actually has a safety positive rather than actually enhancing negative, accidents. There's not been any statistical relevance that signage or LED signage cause any types of accidents.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Mr. Yarnell and then Mrs. Alonso.
Mayor and Council, I apologize for being back up here again, but I'm confused about what kind of sign this is. The statement was made by the attorney that since the city is being involved in this process, there's some kind of different kind of thing for permits, but yet they're going to advertise other businesses. If I've got a business down the road a ways from this sign, do I get to put up one of these signs too? And we have a sign committee. Has this gone through the sign committee? And what was the recommendation? I mean, how's this different than a monument sign across the street?
Mayor and Council, I think the CIS people can address how they agree, who they advertise with and how they go about that. They can address that part of it. As far as the sign committee is concerned, I don't believe it went through the sign committee because the city of Leon Valley, I'm sorry, Brenda? Did you?
The sign committee was just for creating a new sign,
Correct.
not for approving.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's not, it wouldn't even if it wasn't exempt, it wouldn't go through the sign committee
So we have
anyway.
a sign committee that we're going around in order to do this?
It's not in the committee's purview.
Yeah.
The committee purview?
No.
Well, while I was on the zoning commission, we had a lot of discussions about signs, and one of them was in Sierra, when they changed over on how high and how bright, and there was other discussions on other signs.
That's because it was a private business.
This-
Private
who-
businesses have to get permits and they have to comply with the code because this is as if the city of Leon Valley put these signs up ourselves. If we put up signs ourselves, it's for the good of the public. It's for the benefit of the public. And when something is for the benefit of the public, we have the right to not have to, let me go back. When it's for the benefit of the public, the city does not have to comply with the code. It is exempt because we have to be able to give messages to the public for its own benefit. Does that make sense?
I don't understand, to be honest with you.
Okay.
This is a private
This
company
is-
putting,
We're in partnership with that company to be able to post public messages
and they're going to post other messages on there?
because they are bearing all the costs. They're bearing all the costs of the signage. They're bearing all the costs of the maintenance. We have zero money involved in this project. The only thing that we can do is give them messages, and that is for the benefit of the public. That's
So-
our responsibility in the contract.
So if we agree to put up a sign as a company,
Who
a
is
private
we?
a private company on private land, we can somehow work out a deal where it's authorized by the city? I'm
No.
confused here.
No. This is a partnership between the City of Leon
Partnership.
Valley and that corporation. Have an agreement that the City of Leon Valley gets to post public service messages on their billboards. And because of that, those signs are exempt from the sign code
Okay.
because it's
All right.
for the benefit of the
I hear
public.
what you're saying. But
Okay.
across the street,
And,
from this
and
lo-
the only way, and they get the opportunity in return for that, in consideration, under the contract, they are allowed to post private advertisements on those signs in order to pay for those signs.
Okay. Across the street from this location, there's also a sign that was authorized by the city council, and the zoning commission made a recommendation. And at that time, there was discussion, and Ms. Alcacer was involved in it, about the city being able to put private messages on there, but it was controlled through our regulations. It's a monument sign. How is this different than a monument sign?
I don't understand the question.
You know, how is it different from a monument sign? Let me ask Mr. Mellon.
It's different because the city is involved in, this is part of the city's project. This is a city project. That's the difference. I don't know, I can't address what you're talking about where there was a monument sign across the street. I don't even know what sign you're talking about.
Okay, so if I come to you as a company and I say I'm going to pay for everything, I can work out an agreement with the city and I can do what I want to?
It's not
I
that,
don't
it's not
understand.
that simple.
It's not that simple.
No.
I think the can of worms is being opened here and will spread widely.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Alonso. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Is there any like extreme provision if there's a severe weather alert or some extreme situation that we can just have that? Okay, that's cool. All right.
You mean just have that as the only message?
Yes.
Repeated and repeated and
Right,
repeated?
so we wouldn't have to
And
be
you're
like,
saying
there's a
yes.
tornado, but we're watching beauty salon advertisements.
Yes, that's in the contract.
Okay.
That public service messages take precedent,
Gotcha. Awesome.
especially emergencies, Amber Alerts and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Edward Alonso, Canterfield. Well, my wife took one of my questions. I'm not really personally settled on the sign one way or the other. I do see business value in it. I was recently at my new favorite taco place, 210 Tacos, and they are having a sign problem. So I can see that this would be beneficial to many of our businesses in our city that cannot get Main Street access for their business. I do agree with Councilor Charles that this sign in Midtown, we also need to have signs in Southtown. We need to be able to define our city more clearly so that people, when they're going through our city, know that they're entering the great city of Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else? Yes. Ms. Riddle had a comment, Mr. Locker, and then we'll hear from you.
Hi, Heather
Hi.
again.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I'm really concerned. I like the way this looks, and I like the idea of the city being able to advertise their stuff, but I'm just concerned with the private businesses that will also be advertising on it. Like, y'all are putting your name to those businesses, or we're putting the city name to those businesses. And then, like, people who aren't advertised on that, how are they going to be treated? Like, is this going to be open for any business in Leon Valley to advertise on? Are they having to pay for the advertisement? So then any individual or small shops, this will still be probably out of their reach. I don't know. I'm just concerned that it'll maybe look like the city is showing favoritism.
So is there some kind of disclaimer?
So we understand, so we've built these, of course, across the United States, and we know as soon as we have Leon Valley on there, that all of the content that we put under there is under strict scrutiny, and that's where, you're talking about concerns about who would be on there. We're very particular at who's on there. We're very particular about what the message is, what the graphics are. All of those things have to pass approval, because as soon as it goes on, we don't ever want a phone call. This has to come down. It has to be community-minded. That's the C in CEASE is community. So all of these things are very streamlined. And as for small businesses being able to afford it, that's part of our program, is to make sure that because of the number of impressions that are available, whenever you break them down, you can have them show up only X times a day and get at a price point of $100 or $200. You can have short-term things that if they can only afford that once-a-day sale, they can be up there the day before, and they can, have their big summer sale. So we have these different flexibility that, didn't really exist in signage before. And the question about proliferation, and where most of these that we've done these in are towns that do not allow LED signs. And what it does is it provides access to where the community has one, that if they want to have, a taco sale and get some information about a daily special, they have that ability on this sign, but they all don't need them because, proliferation in anything is, of course, always problematic. So we're providing that gateway, that one area that businesses would have access to engage the technology for the sales and the events and whatnot that they're trying to communicate.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
Then I had a question, sir. Can you have one message on one sign and a different message on the other sign?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, both sides are independent. So if they're advertising, usually they're only paying for one side of the sign. If they advertise on both sides, they get, there's two separate.
And the same for the two different signs, they'd have to pay if they want both signs, both sides?
Correct. And it provides, of course, more access. If there's a couple displays, there's more businesses that can get on because you have more capacity. And then in terms of the height, we can easily do 20 feet. It was 21 and whatever is what it all counted out to be because of the pieces up top. But in that flyover zone, I believe the sign code allows 45 feet overall height. So we're half the height that zone area would permit. So again, we're trying to be as short and small as possible, but still have the letter height legible. Because you could even see in the photo rendering of the cross read going perpendicular to the highway, we're 150 feet across the highway, but that's not where you're reading the sign. You're reading the sign from 250 feet back. So when you triangulate that, the letter height to be effective really needs to be about 24 inches of letter height. So, we're really pushing it at the size that we've built to have the most amount of legible sign area, but to, again, stay as small as we possibly can. So we feel like we nailed the math on that size given how wide the highway is there.
All right.
And as for the south part of town, we've heard quite a lot of citizens saying, hey, we really want this. So we are exploring the south part of town and what businesses might be able to partner up and give some exposure there. And because the highways doesn't have the center median, we can scale the sign down even more, smaller in those other areas because you don't have that such a huge median.
You've got experience in how many years? I'm sure 10 years or
5.
5 years? Okay.
When I was 5 years old. Sorry.
But you've probably developed a process that you go through when you have an issue with either the looms or inappropriate messaging, or, you know what I'm saying? And so how do you, does those complaints go to you? Do they go to City Hall? How do that, I'm sure you have a process worked out.
I had a unique situation a long time ago where it was a palm reader, and it was sensitive, and it had nothing to do with the business itself. I believe it was the business owners and the relationship of the city or whatever, and it was sensitive.
Okay.
We pulled it down. Anything that's
So
sensitive.
it all goes through you.
Okay. Yeah. And my MO is, if for whatever reason there's an issue.
Okay. All right.
We work through.
All right. And are you located here, or are you
Austin.
Austin. Okay, very good. So not too far away. Okay.
Far away.
Just wanted to know that. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Jason.
Tin Chase in Forest Oaks. I'm just a little confused again over the whole purpose of the signage committee, for that matter, because we addressed this weeks ago, and we were looking for continuity going down the road to where we would never have to have another signage committee ever to go over the same things that we're going over now. So, that being said, when we get finished going through everything that's existing on the signage committee and it gets put before the council for your decision on how you want to accept it or make changes, revisions to it, up until then, what we're doing, I thought, was important for the future of Leon Valley. But from what I'm hearing now, it's a great business, great marketing concept, the whole thing for making your dollar. But what I'm hearing is that we're going to allow these signs, which we have already addressed, are not to be in Leon Valley, period. Not only that, but CIS, is it? Okay. They get to decide the content. We are in collaboration with them by allowing them to put up these signs, to do us a service for putting up our messages and welcoming people to Leon Valley. They in turn get to make revenue off of the advertising that they sell. So they solely get to look at who gets to advertise and how they get to advertise. And I'm not sure, not being a company itself based in Leon Valley, that somebody else should have that decision power.
Okay. Did you want?
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Mayor
Ms.
and Council, I just wanted to address the part of the Ms. Chasen's statement that CIS gets to determine the content of the signs or the content of the advertisement. They have to get approval. Well, they don't have to get approval from us, but if we don't approve of the content of that sign, then they'll remove it. There's restrictions to what they put on the signs. There's restrictions as to what they can advertise in the contract.
It's not only them that's advertising, it is the businesses that are advertising.
But the businesses contract with them, and they pay for everything. And so they, in consideration of that, they can charge other people to advertise on their sign.
But don't you, excuse me, Tina Jason, don't you believe that somewhere along the line they need to be in collaboration one-on-one with the council when it comes to businesses that are in Leon Valley advertising? Or is this going to be all businesses from anywhere in the city advertising on Leon Valley signs?
There are provisions in the contract that address what you're talking about. There are provisions in the contract, and I don't know it I don't know it by heart, the contract by heart, but I know that there are provisions in the contract that provide restrictions as to the content of what goes in the signs, and the city is allowed to monitor that and require them to pull it down and take it down.
Or how
If
about
it's not within the approval of the city, of city management.
Well, how about the city might say, this is a good friend and he's an advertiser, he's a longtime business, and for whatever reason they decide not to?
I'm
Do
sorry?
we then have bargaining power with the city to say, please, you need to put this business up there?
No, if it's not within the parameters of the contract that what is allowed, they can't put it up there.
So how,
Am I correct?
I'm trying to understand how the citizens have an input into this if we're not going to know what the parameters even of the contract are.
The contract has already been agreed to and signed, and so we've already negotiated the terms. And it was authorized by City Council before it was signed.
But City Council also knows that the signage committee was formed to help Leon Valley move forward in the
Yes.
future to bring back our recommendations
Correct,
and put before
but-
the council.
But your purview and the sign committee is not to approve or disapprove of the signs.
I didn't say it was.
No.
But what we are doing is setting forth what the ordinances should be, and we're
But the
going to bring
city-
it before the council
But the
for
city is
your
exempt.
consideration.
The city's signs, any signs that the city puts up are exempt from the code.
But the city is not, out of using taxpayer dollars, putting up the signs. A company, a business is, and that's outside of the purview of just being the city of Leon Valley installing a sign.
But the city is getting the opportunity, and we're providing a public service, and it's for the city, it's for the benefit of the public, of the citizens.
Mayor, if I can, point of order,
Yeah.
if you look at what the
Well, the
discussion
it's
item
just
is, it's not
choose
this.
which one you want. Yeah,
Exactly.
I
And then
understand.
second of all,
Yeah.
if it helps at all, I can literally read right here what the sign committee is charged with by the council. I don't know if that would help clear any of this up, but I have it right here in front of me.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mayor and council, I was going to try to steer you back to what we
Yeah,
were
exactly. I know.
trying
As I looked at
Way off
that's really what
topic.
we were trying to do tonight, was just to decide which monument or which one of these three
Correct.
options we wanted tonight. And we did get off into the nitty gritty, but I think that's okay. But I also heard Tony say that you would comply with that height sign. Didn't I hear you just say that? So I think he's, just to be consistent, even though I understand no LED signs, well, that's, it's coming, so we've already decided that. But I appreciate you wanting to work with the parameters of the sign committee, so thank you for that.
But can we see item 3?
Yeah.
Option 3.
Just one
Option three.
clarification. The sign committee is not advising that all monument signs be 25 feet. What the sign committee is advising is that raising multi-tenant signs on larger pieces of property, potentially up to 20 feet. And 20 feet is a number that the sign committee considered looking at other model codes, and it's also a height that's kind of consistent with a typical one-story building. So the goal with what the sign committee's recommendations are is, appropriate scale for different signs depending on size of the property, scale of the strip center. So 20 feet is just for multi-tenant signs.
Not for a singular sign. Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, one more. Yes, Heather. She's the chair of the sign committee. Tony, just for your information. Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I thought of another question while sitting back there. Will there be stipulations in place to, say one company who has a lot of money decides they want to make this their personal LED sign and they buy out all the advertising? Is there a stipulation that a minimum number of businesses have access, or that you can't advertise more than 20% of the sign or something like that?
There.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We don't allow any
Yeah.
Correct.
business to have anything more than one slot per face. So there's 8 total full slots, but what we like to do is break those full slots down into half spots and quarter spots and whatnot, meaning every other rotation or every 4 rotations, but no single company can cannibalize more than one full slot per sign.
All right.
Because we do want it open to as many businesses as possible.
And who you advertise or who advertises is open countywide?
No, so in our
Just-
agreement, because
just
what we
Leon Valley
want is a
or the
focus
corridor?
on the city of Leon Valley.
Okay.
And what we've done in other cities, because that always comes up, we want to
Okay.
grow your local
Okay,
businesses.
very good. Thanks
'cause,
for clarifying
again,
that. I
this is
wasn't
community.
sure.
So what we have is, a business license in Leon Valley has priority. And if we have, hit a certain segment, every restaurant, and, no other restaurants, want access, but you're trying to hit all these different segments, right? Restaurants or whatnot, that we might be able to go outside if we're not at a density. If there's no
Okay.
businesses that say, hey, we want to go on there.
So that's a possibility.
It could be.
Okay.
But across the board, we're hitting about 95% plus of all local businesses
Okay,
on all
great.
the
Thank you for
displays.
that clarification. Okay. So now back to the task at hand. Option 1, option 2, or option 3?
Can we see 3 again, please?
Crystal, could we see option? There was option 3.
Here now. I like 1. Cool.
Okay, Ms. Charles, which one do you like? We'll just go down the road. Yeah, okay, Ms. Rodriguez.
2.
Ms.
One.
Alcacer.
1.
Okay, and Mr. Hody. Okay, so it looks like if somebody wants to make a motion for 1, it seemed like the consensus was 1.
I move that we approve option 1.
There's no first or second read. It was just brought back for council's consideration on which design.
Correct.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer for option 1 and the second from Councilor Hody. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. I'm sure we'll continue the dialogue. Thank you so much for being here. I was surprised at the discussion, but it was a good discussion. I think it got a lot of answers to our questions. Okay. Moving then to agenda item number 8.4. Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read that ordinance, which is a first read.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Section 1.06.003, Leon Valley Police Department Citizens Police Advisory Committee, to change the term limits to 2-year staggered terms.
Okay. And Ms. Pasale, are you going to present this or? Okay, very good. Had your name on it. That's why I ask.
All right. Got the timer. Mayor and Council, this agenda item is brought to you this evening because you have a 23-member Leon Valley Police Department Citizens Police Advisory Committee that has 15 of the 23-member committee vacant right now. And in December, I'm sorry, I'm going to go fairly quickly through this part because this is just your ordinance. Of those 23 members, 15 are vacant right now, and 5 more will be termed out by December. I know this is tiny, but this is your current membership. You can see that most of them are vacant, and over here on the right column, I did put the current terms of those. These members are serving 2-year terms. One, Charles Housey, is finishing out his 3rd year, which is the 1-year renewal. Everybody else has already, their terms have already expired, and I'll go over those in a little bit. In your packet, I've got some applicants. I'm going to kind of go over that because that's on your next item, on the appointments. But the reason I'm bringing this to you is because your ordinance right now, I'm going to go back a couple slides, says that your appointments are for 2-year terms with the possibility of an extension of 1 year upon council approval. So Chief Joe and I kind of read that as different, so we're asking you to clarify that for us. I read it one way with it just being 1 year extension. He read it as 1 year at a time. So we need that clarified. That is the only committee that I see that has that. Your Board of Adjustment doesn't have a term limit. Zoning, I don't see that in any of your other committees. So we did put this out for advertisement in e-news, looking for people to volunteer. We didn't have that many people to volunteer, so we did have a lot of the existing members that were termed out that wanted to stay. So they've asked that this be considered as well. So now I'm going to jump forward. So of the applications that you do have Miss Amber Mauser. She's never served. You also have Karen Seifert, who's not termed out yet, but she will be in a couple weeks. She's already served her 3 years. Ms. Humphrey never served. Mr. Blackmore, he's already served his 3 years, but he wants to stay. Charles Halsey also wants to stay. He's done 3 years. Susan Rodriguez has never served. Mr. Riddle has never served, but his daughter did, but she's done her 3 years.
Sandra,
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
interrupt you right there because I got a message today. Mary Hody said that she would prefer to, or she's fine serving on a different board, but at the time she applied, Mr. Barrera had not submitted his name for the El Verde Road representative, and so she's happy to give that to Mr. Barrera if the council sees that fit, and she'll serve on another committee so that he can continue.
Okay. And then we had, so we do have a couple new people that want to serve. The other issue with this is that if you go back here and you look at your neighborhoods, and again, I know it's tiny, but you have Forest Oaks Estates, Canterfield 2, and by the way these are written are the way that they were called out in the ordinance that created this committee. And this was really, or has been really challenging for us to take the applications as they come in. I brought this with me so you can see what we do. We take this map, which is what was adopted. Is Brandon still here? No.
From the zoning commission?
Yes, ma'am. This is from the most recent zoning commission. And we take the ordinance that created the committee, and these are the neighborhoods you want represented, and we try to map it here, and it's really difficult. And then when I can't figure that out, then I go to BCAD, and I see that you're neither here or there. So it's been a lot of fun, but we'd like you to look at it and help us out a little bit. I have spoken with a few of you, and you seem to know where you live, but not everybody does.
Okay.
So.
Well, I can already see, why is Althea and Hodges, I mean, those are two short streets. I would think that could be combined.
That's
Didn't we
what
have,
you guys
is that
wanted
right?
represent.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, they're just two short streets, and I thought, who was it? Who was the representative? Leone was the representative, right? Or did you? Leilani?
It is combined.
Okay, it just shows it
it
two
does show
different
it
ones,
up
and so
there.
that's why I had a confusion there. Plus, Leon Valley Ranches, Mary Ruth Fernandez on Mary Jameson, I mean, she is a half a block from Seneca West, Minnie Ruiz. And I thought Seneca West was that whole area over there, didn't you?
It is in Seneca.
Yeah.
Seneca 2 and Seneca West are the same thing. They are not
I know.
separate.
I mean, but then you have, look, Leon Valley Ranches.
So-
Where'd that come from?
So here we go again.
I know.
That's what I told. That's what
I know.
Exactly what
It's crazy.
happened when I brought this up initially, when I was trying
Oh.
to initially to go, what'd you do with that thing?
Wasn't this great when we started?
No, y'all killing me. No, y'all, so
Let you
what'd you do
speak
with that
after
little
he
thing you showed us?
speaks.
Yeah, the map.
I
The-
You just
get the
gave
map.
it away. You
Okay.
can't get it anymore.
So that's initially when I came up, just to refresh your memory, Mayor and Council, I came up and said, hey, we weren't matching this with the initial, we want to match neighborhood by neighborhood. We got in this same discussion, and we went from what I was trying to do with 16 neighborhoods, which is on here, to 23. And so those were thrown out there and added. And then we said we'll sit down and we'll try to figure out where these breakouts are for these neighborhoods. Well, we've sat down with Platts, we've sat down with BCAD, we've sat down, and a lot of these places don't exist. Like Seneca 1, 2, Seneca West, there's actually 8 Senecas if you look at our platting. And so there's no, in the platting of Forest Oaks and Forest Oaks Estates. It doesn't exist, but like you said, it's been this way and we've called it this forever. But there's nothing that shows where those break down, where do we cut it? So for my guys, just so I can assign an officer to each one, I cut it right along Forest Way and said one side is this street and one side of that street, on east and west of that, or north and south, whatever direction, is one officer versus another officer. But we really can't do that with some of these places. You know, we have the ridge up there, but we don't have the neighborhood that's connected to the ridge. Reese's Estates, you know.
That's relatively new.
Right. So
Yeah,
well, we have an
we do have
application
the
that wants to come
application.
in, and because we specifically say
We don't have
it on there, then we can't
Gotcha.
really add her. And so she's a business owner in the community as well, so it would be really nice to get her perspective on there. You know, some of them are easy. Monte Robles is really easy. Really, our biggest problem, you know, Pavona is easy. Shadow Mist is easy.
Old Mill, yeah.
Our
Old
biggest
Mill,
problem is Old Mill, Canterfield, and Forest Oaks. And then this little area, which is Seneca West, Leon Valley Ranches, and something else that's in there that, so those are our main areas. I still, to this day, we can't figure it out. When somebody applies, I think our latest one that was the biggest mess was trying to figure out, what was her, Miss Rodriguez? Countess Adrea, you know.
See, that's just Althea, Adair and Countess Adair. I see that as one neighborhood.
That's not what the neighborhood
That's
says.
what I know, but I
That's
see
not
that
what
as
BCAD
one
is.
neighborhood.
And we don't have it up
Yeah.
there. As
No,
but
you don't
what-
have it up there, but
It's,
yeah, I
it's
see it as one
actually,
neighborhood.
if you go, wasn't it part of Seneca, wasn't it, when we
I think
look it
it's
up?
part of Sun
It's part of-
Valley.
Sun
Sun
Valley,
Valley?
it's actually, according to BCAD, it's part of Sun
See
Valley.
that as one area.
So-
Because they're secluded. That's their
Right.
one little neighborhood.
But
And-
they're part of Sun Valley.
Yeah.
I love the fact of having the neighborhoods represented so we can ensure that we get total representation. I wouldn't want 20 people from Forest Oaks and 10 people from Monte Robles, whatever. I would like to have the neighborhoods, but at this point, we're running into these problems where we can't figure out who's in what neighborhood. And it's good that we're getting volunteers for these neighborhoods. That's great. But, you know, if we end up with 3 people in what's considered one neighborhood, that's not good either. You know, so like, I don't, Mr. Housey, I don't see how he's considered, I mean, Sun Valley, I think he lives right close, right around the corner from. Yeah, so, and so, I mean, I really didn't think we had Sun Valley represented all this time, because we have Mr. Housey up there as, where does he go?
Sun Valley,
As-
Sundial.
Well, now he's Sun Valley. I think we didn't have him as Sun Valley, we had him as Seneca 2 or something. I think it was Seneca 2 is what we had him down as. There you go, all right.
But
So-
Chief, that's what I had discussed with the mayor. I think if the mayor and I and maybe another council person can work on it before the next, we kind of know where these areas are. And for example, Leon Valley Ranches was the original name of all the part, even including El Verde and
Right.
Seneca 2. But Seneca 2 is Seneca West. And I don't know how that happened, because we had told you right from the beginning that they were the same place. But right now, we don't have a Leon Valley Ranches, except El Verde was the only place that remained in it. And they're down here, aren't you, as El Verde?
El Verde, yeah.
Yeah, we
It's-
have it as
it's
El
on
Verde.
there.
And it's just one street, and it's, I mean, it is so isolated, it could be part of Shadow Mist, but I think we can do a grouping, especially when there's so many vacant, and put them, but I saw, like Mr. Riddle, you were putting in Seneca 2, and he's not from Seneca 2, he's from Seneca 1. And So, and Seneca West and 2 are the same one, but there's, you've put a lady that lives 1 block. I think it was
Exactly.
Minnie Ruiz was the first one,
Mhm.
and then Ms. Fernandez was added, and she lives a block and a half away from Minnie in Seneca 2.
Yeah.
They're, I mean, literally, they're down
Who
the
did-
street from
yes.
one another.
And so we,
Yeah.
but I think we can help you with that and then straighten out and before we add any more. And I do think that people who have requested from an area should go before someone else just because they want to be on it many more years. But if someone new, otherwise we never get any new. I've had a number of people ask me, and they said they keep telling us it's full, and then we come down to this, and it's half empty.
Well, no, let me make sure we're understanding what we're saying. They're vacant in the fact that their terms have just expired. Most of these have
that
somebody in
applied.
them
Yeah.
that we're asking to reappoint tonight. And only 2 of them had where we have a current sitting person and then that wants to stay, and we have a new one that wants to come in. And so that's where she's going to ask y'all to vote on which one of the 2 wants to, or do y'all believe? Because if you go back to the intent of what we wrote, it was not. It says terms are extended for 1 year. We didn't intend for this to have a sunset clause where nobody could be over a year of an extension. Because what we also know is, like everybody else, we have problems getting people in some neighborhoods. We have or on all boards altogether. And so if we just say, nope, you can only serve for 3 years and you're done, and we don't get anybody from that neighborhood to put in, which we didn't for a lot of these neighborhoods, then we're serving nobody any good by doing that either. And that was with the recommendation from Sandra to just make it 2-year staggered terms with no term limits. Because if you did, the vast majority of those people, those vacants, are going to remain vacant because we've got nobody in there that have put in to replace those current people.
Except that the people, they have repeatedly told me that they say it's full. And if they're being told it's full, then you aren't going to get more. But it is the most popular committee, and we
That's
need
because
to...
I'm there, ma'am. Just for
It may be. But, people should have the opportunity.
I'm just going to say from Shadow Mist, that's not the case. You have to beat people up and make them come.
True.
So I'm
Yes.
thinking that as long as somebody wants to serve, more power to them,
Yeah.
So if we extend 1 year at a time after they've served their 2 years, I think that's great, if they still want to serve.
And that was the intent when we put it up there. But at the same time, I do also understand what Council Alcacer is saying is, do we want fresh blood in there and how often, But I will say that several of these people, Mr. Housey, Ms. Hilge, I mean, if I can probably go on, there's at least 5 or 6 of those that show vacant up there who said, look, if you could find somebody else, I'll willingly step down and let them have it. But I don't want my neighborhood to go without representation. So, some of those people like Mr. Housey put in, he said, look, I really would like to step down, but if there's nobody to represent my neighborhood, please let me know and I'll put in an application. And that's what we had to do.
See, if we never have advertised for specific neighborhoods, and I think it would be helpful.
She did this time. She did this time and was pushed it several times. In fact, that's why we're late up here, because the mayor wanted us to try a couple more weeks to see if we can get more people involved. And we pushed it out pretty hard this time.
And I advertise in Shadow Mist, so I'm thinking in Shadow Mist, I can just say this. If somebody approached me and said, I'd like to serve on CPAC, I know the person that's serving there when their term was up, they'd be willing to step down and let them have it.
Yes.
Well, like
Leilani.
Mercado, I spoke to her in the spring, and she said that she was term limited out.
Right.
And so she found somebody. I said, well, find somebody in your neighborhood, and she did. I mean, I saw that.
And
so that's what I would say, because I hear what you're saying. There are a lot of people that want to serve on the CPAC, and I have to tell them, there's no room.
Yeah, Miss Hilge
so-
did the same thing. She thought she had somebody,
Yeah.
at this point, they haven't put an application in.
Yeah.
So, I've
So if you
reached
could,
back out to her
if
lately.
you could reach out as the representative and reach out and get somebody from your neighborhood, that
We've-
would be
we've
good.
actually asked
I know you've
that,
tried to do that, but
um,
anyway,
so.
she was able to do that for Althea Hodges, so I was glad to see that.
And while I'm up here, I think there might be some miscommunication on Miss Riddle. She said she did want to continue serving and send in an application. I think we have her dad's application up there. So she does want to continue as well, and I don't think we have
But
anybody.
you still have the rule, one representative
No.
per neighborhood, or are you
Oh,
changing
just,
that?
no, one representative per neighborhood.
But yeah, you
That's-
still have
yeah.
that rule. Okay,
Yes.
so.
But where her neighborhood is, and I don't know, because she's one of the crazy
Well, I know,
ones.
but if her father and her are
Correct.
both applying for the same, and they
They
live
can
in the
arm
same.
wrestle up here.
Yeah, that's
And we
right.
can-
We'll draw straws, Mr. Riddle. We'll draw
money
straws.
One can serve
better.
Sun Valley and one can do Seneca.
Exactly. Yeah, we do want one per neighborhood. That is the intent.
Right.
Now, there was even discussion way back about, like your neighborhood being much larger, should we put two in the neighborhood? And then, boy, where would we separate that?
Right.
We're already having problems separating Forest Oaks and Forest Oaks Estates. And I think part of, correct me how, we talked about this, we have talked about this with the mayor multiple times because it's confusing, and she's tried to help us out, but it's even more confusing. Trying to figure out where Canterfield starts and where y'all's neighborhood ties into Canterfield and.
Forest Meadow to the creek
Right.
is Forest Oaks Estates.
But
Everything else on the left-hand side of Forest Meadow to, what is it? My brain it's getting late, but the very first two streets as you come in off of, that's Forest Oaks. That's it.
See, I think
Yeah.
that we
That's
can do it,
that's
give it
that's
to you.
what it's always been.
as
When they
what
told me it was
neighborhood.
Canterfield, I said, no way. Canterfield's on the other side of the creek. It's
Exactly.
always been that way.
And,
I don't know how
and-
long you've lived here, but I've lived here 40 plus years.
And I
so-
don't disagree with you.
42 years, yeah.
But there's not a document we could find
I
or
know, but
BCAD
it's
that supports it.
just the
you
way
know?
we've always
Yeah.
defined it. I don't
And
know.
and this is also a huge discussion point for the zoning commission, I believe, right? Is that what the one? Yeah. So this is one of that on the zoning commission, they've got some members that really want to tackle this as well. I can't wait for some of that stuff. At this point, yeah, we definitely would welcome the help trying to define the neighborhoods initially, and maybe let them go through the full thing to try to fix this, because there's a lot of things that are missing out of this as well. But in the interim, we definitely need to reappoint some of these people, and have the discussion about if we have more than one person in a neighborhood. I think we're down if Ms. Alonso pulls out, and then we're only down to one, and that's Ms. Seifert and Ms. Humphrey, who's just put in for it. And so we're down to one decision on that, and then reappointing all the rest of them, and whether or not we're going to reappoint them to a 2-year term, so we can stop the 2 and 1s, because now, like you saw here, we don't have staggered terms, and the reason everybody's fallen off at the same time was because when you created it 3 years ago, and now we're reaching that 3-year mark, there was no staggered terms. And so just about everybody, with exception of, I can think of one, has served their entire 3-year term. And so, that's commendable, that's awesome, but if every 3 years we're going to have this kind of problem where everybody falls off all of a sudden and we got to start over, that's problematic as well.
You need some continuity.
Yes, and so going to some staggered terms, and maybe just go to 2-year terms, and then if y'all want to do term limits or not term limits, but like Sandra's saying, it's the only board that has the term limits in there. So it's totally up to y'all, but we are at a critical point, because if we don't appoint people, I'm literally down to 5 people.
I hear you. You need.
It's a sunset, sir.
Yes, sunset clause.
Well, the zoning is staggered, but not term limits, right?
Right.
Because they also had that issue years ago that they needed that continuity. They didn't want everybody to be gone all at once and have to be reappointed, or.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's important. Okay, so the decision. Oh, it's a first read. So
Right, so.
So you're recommending,
Staggered terms?
oh, yes, Mr. Alonso, I did recognize you. I apologize, Ms. Pusley. Let me hear from him, and then we'll, yes, sir.
Edward Alonso, Vice Chair of the Zoning Commission. I don't speak for all the zoning commissioners, but this is my opinion that this is going to be a continuous problem for us. Hopefully, we will have more development and continuous development and grow as a city. And with that, we would have to redesign all these neighborhoods constantly. So what I would propose is that we take it away from pure neighborhoods and give it administratively to the police department, who can then present it to you, council, a map that works for the police patrols so that they can actually have a tight patrol within that area and tight ability to be able to have face-to-face with their citizens.
So you mean like neighborhood A, neighborhood B, neighborhood C?
Well, I mean, I would want
We're
it to be
losing our
aligned.
identity, you know that.
I'd want it.
I mean,
No.
I'm Forest Oaks, you're
I would,
Alberta,
I would
you're
want it to
Seneca.
be aligned as much as possible to neighborhoods, but there are situations, and you've seen them, and you were just talking about them, where it just doesn't work.
Well, it's, I don't know.
Part of the problem, Mayor, was
Obviously, that's your choice.
I understand, thank you.
it's citizens advisory. It wasn't meant to be a police commission. It was meant to be citizens advising the police, not police power.
As far as losing your identity, y'all have already done that in some of these neighborhoods where you called it something else on your zoning commission or zoning stuff.
Yeah.
What is this in the master plan? I'm sorry, in your master plan. So y'all have already done some of the renaming for some of these areas and just called it this area. And, you know, whether you want to go to that or whether you want to extend, even add more. So as we got new neighborhoods, I mean, that's totally up to y'all. I'll do whatever you want, and I'll work with anybody you get up there. But this has become a bigger problem for Sandra because of the tracking and the work and the different stuff of trying to keep it all straight. It is a mess at this point.
Okay. Who else? Yes. What happens with the liaison? Oh, I thought the liaison was.
That's the next item.
That's the next one, yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Joseph.
Want some clarification on the Canterfield, 1 and 2. You show one lady, Karen, I believe it was
Low.
Karen, she's on actual the Canterfield Street, and Sherry is on, I believe it's. Are they both down at the east end of Canterfield, or are they? I don't know where Karen lives. I know where Sherry lives.
This is a.
You divided it.
No, not even that. This is a sensitive subject here. No, that's not what it's about. It's not. We appointed somebody so we could have representation because Ms. Lowe has not been able to come in because of illness. And we've not taken her off because we do appreciate her service and we don't want to remove her in her time of her sickness. And so we should have never appointed Sherry, but we did because we wanted representation from the neighborhood. If Ms. Lowe ever is able to come back, we'd welcome her with open arms and we would deal with that problem at that time. But it's been quite a while, so we just didn't want to pull her off under the circumstances. So it's not separated. Right now, Sherry is representing the whole neighborhood.
Even though it says 1 and 2.
We've never been able to figure out where 1 starts and
No, I think it's just 1 Canterfield.
2 begins.
Right, Olin? 1 Canterfield. I mean, you've been here for longer than me, and
I have
yeah.
no way of contacting either one of these ladies. And if Karen's kind of off the, not doing this at this moment, that's fine, but I don't have a way of contacting Sherry. She just has a phone number that goes to her feral cat.
Oh.
And I don't have a, so how do I get the numbers of these people that are represented?
Give her a message, that's her number.
She's going to call me back.
Okay. Maybe follow up with the neighborhood police officer or something.
The chief is correct. This has been an issue for a long time. Canterfield, as far as the people who live there, it's been on what you would call the Evers-Hebner Road side of the creek bed. The other side has popped up to be Canterfield 2, but it was marketed as Forest Oaks Estates because the homes were a little more upscale than the ones in the original Canterfield. So they tried to tie it together to Forest Oaks as a marketing tool, and that's what created that. And maybe that's what's happened on some of these other areas. The developers just named them whatever they wanted to market them. That's what it is. And it looks like you're just going to have to, like Ms. Alcacer says, get together and say, this is what we're going to call this, and this is what we're going to call this, and go for it. It's been a problem for 5 years or more. Yeah. And these people can't function with this mess.
Okay, well, so get to work.
The good thing is that the committee still can function because they just need 50% of their appointed members. So, but I know Joe would like to have, or Chief would like to have a full committee. Anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, so we'll vote on it next meeting for how we want it.
Did you want to do 2-year staggered terms, or did you want to leave the 1 year, or could we do two-year staggered terms?
Is the zoning commission 2-year staggered terms?
I believe they are, and
No, I mean, I think we ought
so
to
is Board of
personally just
Adjustment.
mirror the zoning commission with no term limits, but encourage people to apply to get fresh blood. So it's hard finding people, I know.
I think you'll see on the next item, we have several new people applying.
Mr. Yarnell, we're still.
Yeah, you have to reapply.
Gotta.
There is a term limit on the zoning commission, but you reapply and you're reappointed without question. I mean, it's like you say, you're looking for people to serve.
2 years.
2-year terms,
Yeah.
they're staggered. We have places, we're called numbers. So evens are on the even year, odds are on the odd year, and that's the way it works. And I think maybe the Board of Adjustment does the same thing. So I would say use that as an example and try to mend the two together, this and the zoning commission
Okay.
example.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, just because you apply doesn't mean you're going to be reappointed. There's still things that you as the council look at, like attendance and training and things like that. So, yeah.
Okay. All right.
What did you want me to put in for 2-year terms?
Is that the consensus? I think something similar to the zoning? Yes.
I think that's
Mr.
all
Hovey?
the committees I thought were like that, and some just never end up with anything.
Mr. Hody, Councilor Hody.
So how does the extension work then? Does it have to be a 2-year extension to keep us on the?
Mayor and Councilor Hody, there would be no extension. It's 2-year staggered terms.
So you just reapply at the end of your 2 years if you want to continue
Right.
again.
And the council would accept, say, for instance, Mr. Blackmore's position. It doesn't mean that he's guaranteed that slot. It just means that you're going to accept his application and consider it. But that doesn't mean that 5 other people aren't applying for the same position. So.
Okay. All right, so that's all you needed on
Yes, ma'am.
number 4? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then we move to a regular agenda item 8.5, which is discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City of Leon Valley City Council removing and members, I don't know if that makes sense, from the 2019 Charter Review Committee, the Ethics Review Board, the Hike and Bike Trail Committee, the Economic Community Development Advisory Committee, and appointing members to the 2019 Charter Review Committee, the Ethics Review Board, and the Leon Valley Police Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Is that what we call it? Yeah, it should be Citizens Police Advisory Committee, not the first police, right? Okay. So, Ms. Postley, you're still up.
Excuse me.
What was that correction you just made?
The very last sentence, instead of saying Citizens Police Advisory Committee, just scratch out police. The first
Leon
police, and it
Valley
should
Police
be Citizens Police Advisory
It's the
Committee.
Leon Valley Police Citizens Police Advisory Committee is what the ordinance says.
Is that what it says?
It really does. I found that, and I
No.
had to have Franklin correct it in the code. I did. You guys changed the name
We
to the
did?
Leon Valley Police Citizens Police Advisory Committee. And
Oh,
we've
I
been
think
calling
that
it the
must have been-
CPAC for like 2 years.
That must have been a late meeting.
Yeah. So now it's the
But we need to change it back.
LVPD, CBT pack, I don't know. It's a lot, so it's the Chiefs Committee, I don't know. So this item, of course, it's on the agenda first and foremost because we have a new counselor on board. And the first thing I had to do as the liaison to the liaison was to pull him off of all the committees that he was already serving on, because that's what we do. So he was serving on the Hike and Bike Committee, Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. And then I started looking at all the other committees, and we had former Councilor Martinez's appointments to the Ethics and the Charter Review. And then, of course, we also have the appointments to the the Leon Valley Police Advisory Committee to make. Those could have gone on consent, but you have two positions that you need to decide which two you're going to put in there. So that's why this is on here. So I don't know how you want to do this, if you want to do the removals first and then do the appointments. It's entirely up to the council.
Well, and how did,
Why don't we do them by committee?
well, I think when you had told me about the removal of the Mr. Martinez's appointments, I had asked you what was your authority, and you said it was, just that section in the charter that said that the council appoints 2 members and the mayor appoints 3. But I didn't. And you were saying, well, he's no longer on the council, and again, I didn't mean to generate a legal opinion. I'm sorry. I just said I thought it was silent, that the Home Rule Charter was silent on what happens after a council member is removed. So I don't know why, we would, and I'm concerned, and of course I hadn't able to read and digest this opinion because I just got it at 6 o'clock, but anyway, now you get an appointment, Mr. Hody, because one of Mr. Martinez's appointments has and I don't know why,
Mayor,
it's just my, and it's late, and I can't even speak.
Mayor, the legal opinion was generated because you left a note on my chair over the weekend saying to get a legal opinion. So I asked for it this morning.
Oh, well,
Denise wasn't in.
Question mark, but, I didn't, I got to be careful what I say because I don't want to keep charging the city money.
Mayor, if
Yeah,
I
go
may,
ahead.
I reviewed Ryan Henry's legal opinion on the matter, and I agree with it. So here is the deal. Counselor Hody, because he's newly appointed, he has the option of either keeping the council member that former Counselor Martinez made, the appointments that he made, or you can replace them. Because you have the authority to appoint 2 members to the committee. So you can either keep the ones, it's as a council member, that's your inherent obligation or duty, or to appoint 2 members to these committees. So it's your choice.
And Mayor, if I could answer the question, the reason that I brought that forward was because the ordinance that created the Charter Committee, or the Charter Review Committee, as well as the Ethics Committee, both have a certain number of members created in that committee, and both state that each council member is to appoint. He's a council member, and he has to appoint a member. It doesn't say to leave other members on there, so that would exceed the number of members on the committee you know, that's why that's why I brought that forward.
I guess it was just that we had already finalized it all. It was it was unanimous,
But
and
they
it
had
was an
not met.
ordinance.
But
I'm
Mayor,
sorry?
Had not met yet, so.
Oh, but it doesn't say that in the charter, so
but
that's all
Mayor,
I'm
but
saying.
Mayor and Council, because he is now a new council member, he gets he has the duty, or he has an inherent right to appoint 2 new members. He can either appoint by keeping the members that former Councilman Martinez had, or he can appoint 2 new. So, that's in case law, according to Mr. Henry's opinion, and it's also subject to our charter, which our charter states that new council members can appoint new members. Let me see. I was trying to see if it was statutory as well. Yes, there's some statutory citations here that I won't go into, but I do agree with Mr. Henry's opinion, and that's basically what the opinion boils down to.
Okay. And I know I heard from another citizen that also had concerns about replacing an appointed member. So, but again, this is before you got the legal opinion. So, Mr. Hody, I don't know what you're inclined to do, but I was thinking in the spirit of goodwill and you know, as you said, you didn't have an agenda, you know, keep the one appointment that Mr. Martinez possibly made and choose the other one since she's gone. So that's just my off the top of my head. So
Let's just let him have his
Well,
own
I know.
opinion, and please.
Well, I know, but I can share my opinion, and that's, you know, like I said, I'm just trying to. I've learned that some people took that appointment really, really seriously, and they've already studied the charter and, you know, trying to, you know, make some recommendations, that kind of thing, before the first meeting. And we didn't meet because we were so involved in the summer. But anyway, go ahead.
This is where the fun of this meeting stops right here.
Mhm.
I have thought over and over again, devil's advocate, what would I do? What if the roles were reversed? Ask questions. And ultimately is what it boils down to is that if I was dropping off of the council early on in the meeting of the committee, which is really early on since they haven't met yet, I would, you know, no matter what I say here, it's going to end up sounding whatever, but I'd like to make my own choices.
Okay, that's fine.
I make a motion that we remove Mr. Hody from his 3 committees, which included the Charter Committee, and that we remove former Councilor Martinez's appointments to both, well, the Charter Review, one of his has subsequently resigned, so that's moot, and his appointment to the Ethics Committee. Thank you.
Mhm. It's late. I know the feeling.
Is that an acceptable motion, Ms. Pasolé?
That would work. I was going to suggest we just fill in the blanks and then have one motion to do the whole resolution, but if you want to do
Cleaner.
that, that's fine. Yeah. I'll
And I
just
need
do
a
a separate
second.
one.
I'll second.
Okay,
Who said that?
we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, to remove Councilor Hody from his 3 positions and to remove Mr. Martinez's 2 appointments to the charter, although one's already dropped off, and to remove his ethics appointment. Is that the 3 committees, right? And the further discussion is, I've got a statement from Mr. Bradshaw. I have an issue with removing the citizen appointed by Councilor Benny Martinez to the Charter Review Committee and the Ethics Review Board. Olin Yarnell was appointed to the Charter Review Committee while Mr. Martinez was on the City Council and was already approved to be on the committee by the Council. Just because Mr. Martinez was removed from his seat does not mean that his appointments to committees are no longer valid. I understand that his other appointment to the Charter Review Committee has resigned from the committee, so the replacement for that spot should be chosen by Councilor Hody. Councilor Martinez's appointment of Liz Malloy to the Ethics Review Board is also still valid and should not be changed just because he was removed from his seat on the council. And I guess, but my other thought is, if we're doing it just for appointments, why are we not doing it for all of the, votes Mr. Martinez took, in the last year?
That's different.
Because, I don't know, I'm just,
Because,
just-
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Council, because this is about committees.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. And Mr. Martinez, you had something you'd like to say. Go ahead.
First of all, when I made my appointments, I was a council member. These were appointments made. They were legal appointments. They were passed by the whole, approved by the whole council, and at that point, they became law. They were an ordinance passed. You can't just arbitrarily change an ordinance like that. That's an illegal act. That's almost like the illegal act that you, Councilwoman Alcazar, wanted me to do on the last council meeting, for me to remove my motion that was passed and seconded at the previous meeting. That would be an illegal act. This is an illegal act of what you're doing right here. There's already there's been an attorney general opinion on this. There's case law about city council. There was a city that had 7 city council members. 5 of them were recalled, and they wanted to continue having city council meetings. And the attorney general stated that since they don't have a quorum according to their charter, they have to wait till the next election. This follows the same type of state law, attorney general's opinion. And if you do vote to have my attorney or my legally appointed people, I will file an opinion with the Attorney General's office in the morning. You guys are committing illegal acts, and Mr. Henry's opinion is wrong.
Mayor and Council, may I
Go right ahead.
just as short advice to council, I would advise you at this point to go ahead and amend the resolution that you did to appoint those members by removing, amend the resolution and remove those members. So I know you just voted to remove, did you not, or is it? Okay, so would you amend your motion, Ms. Alcazar, to amend the motion that appointed these members by former City Councilman Martinez, and remove those members, by removing those members. Does that make sense?
Okay. You mean separate?
not yet.
You mean separate from Mr. Hody's removal?
Do the
Yeah,
She had it
separate
both.
motions?
Okay, are they
did
two
it both.
separate motions?
No, it was one.
Okay,
Was
you
one.
can keep that in your amended motion, your amended resolution, but you can, you can amend the resolution to remove the committee members appointed by Councilman Martinez and remove Mr. Hody from his committees.
Okay, well, that's what we
What's the
voted on.
difference?
What's the difference?
That's
Yeah.
what we did.
I didn't know that you said the word amendment in your motion.
It's been voted on already.
No, it was not voted on. We didn't vote. It was just a
Okay, so
motion and a
using the
second.
term amend,
Amend the previous motion
okay.
that appointed those members by Councilman
okay.
Martinez, and then removing the city councilman he appointed, and then remove Councilman Hody from his committees.
Okay.
That would be an amendment, too.
We're
Yes.
doing the whole thing as
Yeah.
an amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're amending the previous resolution.
Okay, I would
Was it a
like to
resolution
amend,
or an ordinance?
It's a resolution.
Resolution, okay.
amend my previous motion to amend, to add the word amend. Will you, if I amend it, will you be amenable to amend your second?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I amend my motion, my previous motion, to amend the prior resolution to remove
No, to appoint, that appointed.
that,
They were appointed by minute. They weren't done by a resolution, they were done by minute,
By what?
minutes, action.
Well, it's supposed to be by resolution.
I know.
Okay. But they still have to amend their
It
action.
was not done by ordinance.
Yeah.
I don't think that you have to do it by resolution. I think it's just, it was not done by an ordinance, which is not a law. Therefore, you can just remove them. But
Okay,
I'm not the
well,
attorney here.
I
but-
just would, I mean, to make it cleaner, I would prefer that she amend the previous appointments
There. Yeah, it's
by
fine.
action, amend the previous action. So if they weren't done by resolution, then amend the previous action.
okay.
Amend the previous action or amend the previous motion?
No.
How about if we
Okay,
withdraw
just
our
withdraw the motion
I-
and start over.
Okay, I withdraw my previous motion, and Ms. Rodriguez, will you withdraw your?
I withdraw my second.
So you want to amend the previous action that appointed the members of the committees of city, that Councilman Martinez made.
Okay, so you want me to do 3 motions now?
No, just one.
One, so what about, I was also removing Mr. Hody
I was
from his
just-
committees.
I didn't want to confuse things by adding that. You
So-
just want to
okay.
keep
Just
that the
amend
same.
amend the previous action that appointed the members to the Home Rule Charter ethics made by Counselor Martinez.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
that's the motion.
I would like
All
to.
right.
It's Sandra's
amend-
fault. She made it more difficult because I thought it was a resolution.
So I amend I would like to amend the action.
Previous action. That's what you said,
Does it
previous action.
have to be previous?
Yes, previous
I move the previous, I remove.
I've got it
I
down here.
amend-
You want me?
you got it.
Amend, you can't read my writing, but amend the previous action that appointed the members to the Home Rule Charter ethics made by Counselor Martinez.
Correct.
Yes, I so move to amend.
I'll
Such
second.
action.
Okay, you're still saying, okay, so we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to amend the previous action that appointed the members to the Home Rule Charter and Ethics Boards made by Counselor Martinez. Any further discussion?
Do we have to say former Counselor Martinez?
No.
Okay.
Counselor Hody.
This may be a moot point, but I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, all right.
From which one?
Yes, he's going to recuse himself on this motion. He's not going to vote on this motion. And this is still discussion, and so Ms. Joseph, go ahead before the vote.
I know we were all talking about it's confusing. It's even more confusing. It seems like you're just going back and forth on, is this legal? Where you're doing this. Wasn't Counselor Martinez a counselor before all this started, when he appointed these people? What are the dates, the timelines? That's what Denise? What is she?
That's irrelevant, Ms. Joseph.
Why is
The
it
date-
irrelevant? You're talking
Relevant.
about recusing some
Okay,
people.
Yeah,
Excuse
just,
me?
I think it's getting late, and so we're all getting tired.
But I don't
So,
understand.
and there's,
Why is that
well,
irrelevant?
It's irrelevant because it doesn't matter what dates and times or anything. He's a former council member, and
And there's
There-
a,
there-
there's a
there-
legal opinion supporting
There's a legal
this
opinion
action.
supporting
Yeah.
the action,
Mhm.
so
That's right.
that I agree with.
Okay.
Well, it was hard
Okay.
to get that
All
clear.
right.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Pasley, if you'll take the roll, please, on that.
Counselor Charles?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Alcacer?
Yes.
And Counselor Hody? Oh, I'm sorry, you abstaining?
Recusing.
Is that an abstention or is that a recusal?
He's recusing.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes 3 ayes and 1 recusal. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and council, now you can make a motion to remove Counselor Hody from his seat or his appointments to the committees and appoint new members.
I would rather keep that separate if we may,
Okay,
because
that's fine.
his committees are different.
Okay, that's fine. Just yeah, do 3 separate ones. Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion that we remove Counselor Hody from the Charter Review Committee and from, do I have to say that? Amend the prior person's appointment of him or just remove him? Okay, that remove him from the Charter Review Committee, the Hike and Bike Committee, and the Economic Community Development Committee.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to remove Counselor Hody from the Home Rule Charter, Hike and Bike, and Economic Community Development Committees. If you'll just take the roll, we'll just do it that way. Yes, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles.
Counselor Charles?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Alcacer?
Yes.
And then Mr. Hody is abstaining or recusing.
Okay, the motion passes 3 ayes and 1 recusal. Okay?
Mayor and council, if I may.
No, now we have to make a motion to appoint.
Yes, please make your motion to appoint.
Mayor, council, if I may, I was just told that Miss Heather Riddle and her father, Mr. Philip Riddle, would like to swap now, that she is able to apply for the CPAC. Her application is on my desk. I just didn't include it because she didn't think that she was going to be able to apply. But he has withdrawn his application, and she is.
So she's
to
continuing?
consider it, yes.
Because she's already been on there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I was also told that Ms. Hody has also withdrawn her application from the position of El Verde and now open that up to Mr. Barrera, offering her position to any other board, which I can bring back. I think we're going to have some other applications to present next meeting.
Okay, so you want a motion to appoint the CPAC members?
I'd like, if you don't mind,
Oh,
Mayor,
I thought
to
'cause
start
she
with
switched
the-
I wasn't sure how fast you were going to go, so I wanted to
was-
get that out there
okay.
before you just went boom.
So you want to wait on the appointments to the CPAC and go forth with Mr. Hody's appointments?
So can we do first the ethics? I'll let you make your motion.
I make the motion to reappoint Liz Malloy to the Ethics Review Committee.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Counselor Hody and a second by Counselor Alcacer to appoint Liz, or reappoint Liz Malloy to the Ethics Committee. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Okay.
Then I make a motion for the Charter Review Committee to nominate Michelle Alonso and Abraham Diaz to that committee.
And Donna's, you have to
She
name hers.
she needs to make hers, or?
Oh, and, okay, I see. And Donna's choice, Dr. Geraldine Smith. Also did the charter review.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Hody to appoint Michelle Alonso and Abraham Diaz to the Home Rule Charter Committee, and Dr. Geraldine Smith, Donna Charles's appointment to the Home Rule Charter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry unanimously. Okay, now is it the CPAC next? Okay, so it's all the people that you have listed with the Heather Riddle and Mr. Barrera. Is that correct?
And then
Those were the
for
two decisions, right?
Yes.
That we had
Grass
to.
Valley, you had 2 applicants.
Oh, we had 2 applicants in Grass Valley. Okay, so we have to make
Okay,
that.
and the Riddles are not in Seneca 2.
Right, that's the other thing. You got to tell me where they are, because what
They're in
apparently.
They're in
they
Seneca
are.
1.
Okay.
And you're showing Suzanne Rodriguez, that I think you said was on, is that the one on Countess, one of the Countesses, or Count?
Well, I think that's a separate neighborhood. That's how I look at it.
But I
If
mean,
she's on
if we're gonna
Countess
appoint
Adair.
her, we'll appoint her to us. And Housey is he in Seneca 1 too?
Mr. Hussey's representing me, and I'm in Seneca 1.
Yeah. Okay, we have 3 people in Seneca 1, or 2. Suzanne Rodriguez, you said lived on one of the counties.
She's a new applicant.
But I know, but she lives in Seneca 1 or in the count?
What
street
is
does
her
she live
address?
on?
She lives on Countess Adria.
Adria. I think that's a separate neighborhood. I really do.
So, but if it's a separate neighborhood, we don't have that neighborhood as one of the neighborhoods that we can appoint somebody to. It's kind of like Breesis Estates. Even though we have an applicant, it doesn't exist at this point. So,
Could we put her in Sun Valley?
but you have somebody already in Sun Valley as well.
Mr. Hawsey? Didn't he say he would step
He
out?
is. He's willing to step down and let somebody else take it, but if she doesn't live in that neighborhood, I don't want to.
She does live that, I mean, that's really part of what
Of
I've
Sun
always
Valley?
considered Sun
Really?
Valley.
I just,
She's good till October, so we can bring that back in October.
Yeah, we can discuss that one and bring that back in October.
Okay.
you mean
Where he sits and where she sits, and y'all that gives y'all a little time on that one to make a final decision.
okay, so who's the Grass Valley representative?
Right now, Grass Valley is Miss Seifert.
Okay, but her
and
name
she-
doesn't show above.
Her term expires on September 20th, and she has reapplied.
And she's your 3 weeks old new chair, and she's the only board member we have left that has any time. Everybody
Okay.
else, Leilani
So
is off.
she's on the back page,
Right.
not on page 114. She's on page 116, but we can still appoint her because she's applied. So put her name in there.
Her term expires on September 20th, so I put her in just because it's like tomorrow.
Okay, but we have 2 applicants from Grass Valley, both Dorothy and her, but I thought we just wanted one. So we have to choose?
You have to choose.
Okay, but you're saying that she is now the chair?
She's a brand-new chair. When Councilor
Okay.
Charles stepped down, she was voted in at the last meeting, and we've lost, Leilani Mercado is not going to be back. She was a board member, and Ms. Charles was a board member, so she's the only board member that's left that hadn't just fallen off.
Okay. Well, I think we need to reappoint Karen Seifert. I know Dorothy, I think she's on the Park Commission, or she was on the Park Commission. I don't know if she's
I
still
don't
on
have
there.
her on any other
Really?
committee right now.
Yeah,
I thought she used to be on the
she's
park.
in the park, but
Uh-huh.
she did leave that
Yeah.
a year or two ago.
So maybe Sandra, she'll consider applying for something else.
So we have Amber Mauser, Richard Blackmore, Jennifer Tiller. Is there still a dispute on Hodges and?
No, it's Jesse Barrera.
No, Hodges and Althea. It's one, and so that'll be retitled Hodges Althea?
Hodges / Althea, is that what?
Yeah, okay.
That would be an ordinance change, so I need to change that in the item.
Okay. But she can still be appointed. Okay. And
Okay,
then-
so Suzanne Rodriguez, leaving her at Seneca 1?
No, she's,
Sun Valley.
she's not in, Seneca, she's not, well, she
That's-
is
that's
in
the one-
that's the one in Sun Valley.
That's the one, ma'am, we said, if
hold
y'all can
off
sit down
until
and
the
take a look at it,
30th.
and then we can look at appointing her in October when the term actually expires for Mr. Housey.
Okay, so so it's Mauser, Blackmore, Riddle is not in one.
Right. Where is she?
I mean, Riddle is in one and not in two. Do we have somebody in one already?
She's the one's been representing, I don't think we have
One's vacant.
we don't have one and two, we don't have two people in Seneca. We have somebody in Seneca West, but we don't have one and two, we only have one.
We don't, Seneca 1 and Seneca West are the exact same neighborhood. And we have two people, one is saying, that lady on Jameson lives in Seneca 1, she does not live, Leon Valley Ranches is long gone.
Okay,
She
so
lives
right
on
now,
Jameson, 1 block from
Minnie Ruiz, yeah.
yeah, and they repeatedly come in and say, I'm confused. I said, I am too, thank you. So this is confusing to them as well. But as far as Heather,
But if there's nobody in one, we can appoint Heather.
yeah, there's nobody in one right now.
Okay.
So we've always had her as Seneca 2 for whatever reason, but we can move her up to Seneca 1. We can do away with Seneca 2, but we'll have to do that by ordinance. We just won't appoint anybody right now. And then Seneca West,
You have to change it by ordinance. Seneca
Correct.
1 Seneca 2 and Seneca West are the same, so, but we already have people in 2, so we'll just put Heather in 1.
Correct.
So, all right, I'm ready to make a motion.
And then Richard Blackmore.
I'm ready to make a
Richard
motion.
Blackmore is in Forest Oaks.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Don't forget
Excuse
him.
me.
She's gonna
Excuse me,
motion.
ma'am. I make a motion that we appoint Amber Mauser to Shadow Mist, Richard Blackmore to Forest Oaks, Heather Riddle to Seneca 1, Jennifer Tiller to Hodges, Karen Seifert to Grass Valley, and Mr. Barrera to El Verde.
I'll
Real quick, will you let me do the terms, stagger them as?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I didn't include them, so you could put them. All right, we're ready, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to appoint Amber Mauser, Shadow Mist, Richard Blackmore, Forest Oaks, Heather Riddle, Seneca 1, Jennifer Tiller, Hodges, and Karen Seifert, Grass Valley, and Jesse Barrera, El Verde. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. And you'll just come back with the staggered terms?
The ordinance, yes.
Oh, the liaison? Okay.
Oh, yes, late.
Oh, I believe, what did the rules say? 1 year.
Per year, and it's to be rotated.
Okay. All right. So unless
unless nobody else
Nobody
wants it.
wants it, and
Correct.
you want to do it again. So that's what I remembered. Okay. So is there anyone, with the exception of Counselor Rodriguez, who's just now come off as liaison, that wants to be the liaison to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee on the council? But of course, I don't know about Mr. Bradshaw. Well, I know, it's not because he didn't want to be.
I know, but
Okay, all right, I mean, but your term is up when?
Done.
Oh, it's already finished? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll open it up for discussion then. I was going to suggest that we wait till Mr. Bradshaw gets back, but I didn't realize yours was already.
But is it on the,
It's a member position. It's a non-voting member.
but when I had asked, I thought I'd asked you about it, and you said it doesn't expire till October 1st?
No, that one expired on 8/16.
And do we have it here on our appointing members of the Charter Ethics?
It is a member
And the
position.
and the Leon Valley Citizens Police Advisory Committee?
Yes, it is a member position.
Non-voting.
Number 7 on the ordinance is one city council member shall be assigned as a non-voting city council member liaison to the committee. The city council liaison shall be rotated at the end of 1 year of service to the committee and may be extended if there are no other city council members desiring to serve.
Did you want it since you took your watch off?
The meeting anyway.
All right. Well, you're going to go anyway? So, good.
Do we have to make a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion that Counselor Rodriguez serve another term.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Counselor Charles and a second by Counselor Alcacer to reappoint Counselor Rodriguez for another 1-year term as the liaison to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay. Number 9. Yeah, we have citizens to be heard. We've only got 4 people left. Okay, very good. All right, if there's no citizens to be heard and there's no objection, do you have something to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, thank you, Alonzo's, for hanging out. And since I was removed from the Economic Community Development Advisory Committee, I believe there were 2 alternates on there, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Yarnell. I think Mr. Yarnell has been on there longer, and I would expect that he would move up to fill my position, but I'm not telling you to do that.
I think it's like that. It's the progression. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think so, but I
Yeah.
want to make sure that happens.
Okay. All right. So noted. All right. Anything else? All right. If there's no objection, then we move to adjourn at 10:48. There we go. Good evening, and we'll see you in 2 weeks at our next meeting.